Up like this. Hit it.
The Roger Report live morning show. Weekdays at 9 a.m.
Say y'all, I was on Roger's panel a few times and I couldn't take it. The heat. I got out the kitchen. It was hot. I was sweating. I had to get out.
He's Roger, and he's right.
Check this out.
We can live or die. You choose. I have spoken to you a lot of times in hatred and anger, and you have not heard me. Well, you had better hear me today. If you won't listen to me when I make an appeal for the Negroes, because you have no concern for the Negroes, listen to me when I make an appeal for America. You claim you love America. Well, we love America. But you are driving us back and you are making a Samson out of us, and we are going to pull down the pillars. And then you think we have no right to ask for something? Is it too much to ask you to grant us human dignity? Should we be put down and shot to death for this request? If so, you can aim your guns. What the hell do you think we care about dying if you're going to deny us the right to...
Good morning, folks, and welcome to another edition of the Roger Report Live, the best show on social media. If you are new to the channel, go ahead and take a moment out to hit that like button, because this is where you're going to find the best content on social media, and you don't have to worry about it because you're going to have me right here to make sure that it happens. And if you've already been coming to the channel for a while, then go ahead, hit that like button, because you already know what time it is. And you know that this is where you're going to get the best content on social media. It's not a mystery to you at this point. You've seen other people do it. You've seen some people do it well, but what you have not seen is anyone do it quite the way I do it. So make sure you hit that like button. And everyone, yes, everyone, take a moment out to share the content, y'all. There are so many people who need to get great content like this, and it's just a small thing you can do to help the world be a better place. And isn't that what we want at the end of the day? Don't we want the world to be a better place? Of course we do. So share the content now. Share it through your social media. Share it through word of mouth, or even text someone's phone. But do what you got to do to help spread the word. All right, folks, today we are coming back with another great episode. We are going to end our week, I believe, very, very, very well. We are going to talk about, interesting topic, the Black community. Proof you belong. Did you hear that, y'all? Proof you belong. Not just saying you belong, not pretending you belong. Proof you belong. Okay? See, it gets a little tricky when you start getting to proof you belong. It gets a little tricky sometimes, okay? But we're going to deal with it, y'all, because this is the place for the hard conversation. We're going to do what needs to be done over here at the Roger Report Live. But before I go too far into this, I want to take a quick moment out to give props to what props is due, and to thank people who've been rocking with me for a while, y'all. Because I do thank the people who come and watch the show. You know, you want to get views on things. I definitely appreciate y'all who come and watch. I definitely appreciate everybody who leaves comments after the streams. These things help with the algorithm, so thank you very much. Shout out to all the people that hype me up. I appreciate anybody who's been hitting that hype button. Thank you very much for what you're doing. Okay. Shout out to everybody who is that like button, y'all. Y'all know that's a major deal to hit that like button. And keep in mind, it doesn't make a difference how old the stream is, just hit the like button anyway. Real talk, hit that like button anyway. Also, shout out to the people who go above and beyond and they add to the coffers. They put some on the Roger Report Live. They put some on. So I know a lot of folks been hitting the Cash App. Super Chat should be returning soon. Well, I ain't gonna say returning because it is another channel, but we'll be getting that Super Chat soon. We got to, get up to 1,000 subscribers. Not that much further to go at this point. So shout out to all the people who done rock with me from one channel to another channel to another channel to another channel and so on and so forth. Because I definitely appreciate you. But real talk, shout out to my main man, Tunnel Runner. He is the sponsor of today's stream. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, y'all. It's I definitely appreciate the support of the people who come and rock with the show. Okay, it's nice to have big time sponsorships from companies and things like that. I'm pretty sure it's a nice thing, to get a quote unquote bigger check come in or whatever the case is. But the Roger Report Live has people who sponsor the stream, and I appreciate every hardworking individual that earns money and looks at my content in a way where you feel comfortable, making a financial contribution to me. So I definitely appreciate that. And I want to say thank you very much. Real talk. Okay. And shout out to Tunnel Runner, who is the sponsor of today's stream. Appreciate you big time. Appreciate you big time. All right. Now, y'all, we're going to get into it. The Black community, prove you belong. Now, I'm going to say this, y'all. Now, y'all see this big old OKC championship ring, okay? Y'all see that ring, right? Y'all see that ring? Now, I'm going to assume that y'all know I'm not going to do a whole commentary on OKC. Not really what my channel has been about. But, the OKC, formerly the Seattle Supersonics, OKC are now the reigning NBA champions. Recently had their first game. If you know anything about how it goes, when you opening night, when you're at your home arena, the championship team has their quote unquote ring ceremony. All right. And these rings have been getting better and better over the years. Let's keep it real. These rings have been getting better and better over the years. Expensive rings, very costly rings nowadays. But these rings, yes, there is a high monetary value on these rings. Okay, they're being more and more expensive over time. But these rings carry a lot of sentimental value too. Now, I'm not the most sentimental guy. I don't have the most sentimental stuff. But I would have to believe winning an NBA championship, that ring is going to hold a lot of sentimental value. Okay? When people die, I'm thinking as a man, your rings will go to your children probably. That's what you want to do it. You want to have some rings to give away. You want to have some rings to give away because getting one ring alone is a hard enough thing to do. Because you're talking about a person who was good enough to get in the NBA, have a career long enough to get in the NBA. Now, can you win a ring as a rookie? Yes, you can. You could come into the NBA and win a ring as a rookie, but how many times is that going to happen? You only got one crack at that because you don't have your rookie year one time. But see, the thing is, y'all, there's a reason I use them, okay? Because they just got their rings, okay? They just got their rings. And y'all know how it goes in sports. When you win, people like to be on the bandwagon. So a lot of people who want to say that they OKC fan. Oh, I've been riding with OKC for a long time. You don't really know if that's true or not. Okay? You don't really know if that's true. All right? Yeah, I've been down with OKC. I was down with OKC when they still had Russ. I've been down with them. Been down. Okay. They before Harden left, I've been down with OKC. All right. People make all kinds of claims. Okay. Yeah, KD was there. They was an upcoming team. I thought they was gonna did this years ago. That's what I thought. I thought they was gonna get it years ago. But the team broke up. I've been there. It could be true. Not necessarily true. Okay. Now me, I ain't got no problem saying I ain't never been down with the OKC. I'm happy for them. Shout out to them for winning. I understand. Shout out to some of my family members who I'm sure are fans of OKC. Well, shout out to y'all. Y'all got y'all one. Y'all got y'all one. I'm still over here in Chicago, man. I got to live with these six, okay? So shout out to certain family members of mine. Y'all got y'all one. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to y'all. It's all good. I'm still in Chicago. I got to live with these six, okay? But shout out to, I ain't gonna say who y'all are, but y'all know who I'm talking to. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to Afro. Well, I'm gonna go back to y'all names that's on screen, y'all. I'm at the end of the month, if y'all change them, y'all change them. If y'all leave them as it is, I'm gonna call it how I see it, because I gotta have some form of regulation. But I'm gonna say shout out to Afro Merchant for now. He said, "You there with you there with OKC? Yeah, you know me." Yeah, a lot of people gonna claim they was down because OKC finally got one. Okay. I see you, Chef Mike. I'm just a person living in this truth. That's all I'm gonna say to Chef Mike, man. I'm just a person living in this truth. Okay, that's what I'm doing. I got some people I'm sure was rooting for OKC. You know what I'm saying? But I'm still in Chicago. So I got to live with these six. That's all I can tell you, brother. I got to live with these six. Okay. All right. Now, why is it important, y'all? Why is it important? Okay. Because you got to belong, man. And you got to belong not just during the good times. When you belong in the not so good times. Now, OKC has been established a while ago. I don't remember what year they moved. The Seattle Supersonics moved to OKC, but I mean, this is a while ago now. And the way time be flying, I'm pretty sure it's been at least 20 years. Okay, a lot of people had plenty of time to become fans of OKC. They had time. Some folks, probably people right there in the city, probably became fans of them right away. There might be some folks who were still fans of another team because they didn't necessarily have a team. Oh, and you know what? My bad, y'all. My bad. I got to apologize. Shout out to Chef Mike. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you, brother. I did not acknowledge the folks coming in, y'all. It's always good that when you start a show, you got some people in the chat who rock with you because they're gonna be there bright and early. So shout out to all y'all for doing that. But I have to acknowledge y'all because y'all know we got a thing around here called the Highlander of today's stream, and that is my main man, Kevin 3904 is the Highlander of today's stream. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. Thank you for being here. Shout out to you being first up. Also, shout out to my main man, Gold P is in the building. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. Shout out to Inspired Truth Broadcast, also in the house. Great to see you, my friend. Great to see you. Mr. Me Too is in the building. Glad to have you, brother. Glad to have you. Superstar Jay Quick is at the cool table. Good to see you, my brother. Of course, my main man, Chef Mike's Round Table, the pitmaster himself, also is in the building. Great to see you. Great to see you. We got Ivan Reed in the chat. Okay, good to see you. Irvin Reed is in the chat. We got Capri 10 in the house. What's going on, my brother? What's going on? And we got Mr. Trail Bentley representing as he always does. Hashtag long live habitual line steppers. Hashtag Negroes in the wilderness. Hashtag dignity over vagina. Hashtag Al Gore's babies. And my personal favorite, hashtag Hail Hydra. Shout out to you, my brother. Shout out to you. And Music Man 1982 is also in the building. Glad to see y'all. Glad to see y'all. And that's real talk. That's real talk. Okay. And shout out to everybody listening in the cloud as y'all are pouring in. Y'all, when it comes down to it, you either belong or you don't. Okay. So people that had, I'm guesstimating a good 20 years to become an OKC fan if they was gonna, celebrate this championship like that. You had 20 years. And I'm pretty sure it's been at least 20 years since the Seattle Supersonics moved over to OKC and became the OKC Thunder. Okay, the Oklahoma City Thunder. You had like 20 years. So now that they done won, ain't nobody trying to hear nothing about, I've been an OKC fan for all this. You ain't real. You're not a real fan. It just is what it is. You're not a real fan. You didn't want to go through the hard times with them. Okay. You didn't want to go through the losses with them. OKC been competing. I give them that. They've been competing. They had some times here and there, but they just not winning over here. They just not winning. And this is the thing, y'all. Same thing goes for a community of people. There are different communities of people. You have communities of people because they have the same job or work for the same company. Shout out to the Pepsi organization. There's people who work for Pepsi. So Pepsi has a community of people. Okay. You ain't part of the Pepsi community as far as working for them is concerned, unless you actually work for Pepsi. Okay. Now there's a different level of a Pepsi community. You got the people who buy Pepsi. Okay. You can say you're part of a Pepsi community when it comes to the people who drink Pepsi. Okay. But you can't be drinking Cokes all the time talking about you part of the Pepsi community. It don't work that way. It don't work that way. To be in a group, there's going to be proof that you belong to a group. Okay. So to be part of the Black community, there needs to be some proof that you part of the Black community. Because what are Black people, y'all? If you really get down and technical, Black people is really a group of people in America that we now call FBA, Foundational Black Americans. That's really what folks mean when they talk about Black people. Because there are other Black people on earth and we know who they are. They don't have anything in question. They know where they're from. They know that, a Black Nigerian, you could technically see them as a Black person. Nothing wrong with that. But if you ask them who they are, they're going to say, I'm Nigerian. Okay? It's that simple at the end of the day. Okay? And there's nothing wrong with that. Why wouldn't they not be proud that they're Nigerian if they're Nigerian? Okay? Why would somebody not be proud that they're Ethiopian if they're Ethiopian? Why would somebody have an issue with being Colombian if they're Colombian? You know what I'm saying? So when we talk about the Black community, y'all, now over in America, it starts with the FBA people and then the other Black people that are down with us. Because there's other Black people who will be down with us. There's some people who are not going to be down with us, and they do have a right to go and mess with somebody else if they want to. So at the end of the day, you could go to another side. You can go to the enemy side, or you can come rock with us. Every person who comes over, as a foreigner, they have a decision to make about, are they going to rock with the FBAs of America, or are they going to rock with our enemies? Because let's keep it real. Every community in America, I'm talking about from a community standpoint, not an individual standpoint. Every community in America has presented themselves as an enemy of FBA people in America. Okay? Every single one of them. And that's just a reality. Some have been smaller enemies than others, but they all have presented themselves to be an enemy at some point. No one's neutral. They could have been, but people have decided not to be. No one's been neutral. Now, the biggest enemy of FBA men are white folks. It's that simple at the end of the day. White folks have participated in this and trying to project an idea of white supremacy toward FBA men. Okay? Other people grabbed the hold of that concept and been trying to use it against FBA men. Y'all, as FBA men, we get to decide who we are. And I do think we have to become comfortable with that. We decide who we are. Now, I done laid out some very easy things when it comes to being who we are. Okay? To belong to the Black community, because we got to know that you belong. And there will be proof if you do. Okay? So to belong to the Black community, you have to be a man who is respectable, who is productive, who is functional, and you must believe in Black men's leadership. Okay? You must believe in Black men's leadership. See, you could be respectable. You could be functional. You could even be productive, but you still may not believe in Black men's leadership. That don't work. Okay? That don't work. That's called falling short. That's what that's called. If you're a Black man who's respectable, you are productive, and you are functional, you have fallen short until you add the piece of believing in Black men's leadership. And for a lot of Black men, that's a very uncomfortable idea because of how we grow up in America. Yep, that means you got to be willing to be the leader of a Black woman. And I understand you was raised to be afraid of. I'm not even tripping. I get it. I was born and raised in America too. I understand they told you ain't supposed to lead nothing. So you're going to have to take something you've been taught all your life and put it behind you. And you're going to have to understand you are the leader. It's that simple at the end of the day. And if you cannot gain that understanding, you can't really be part of this community. Now, shout out to my main man, Afro Merchant. He done came through, y'all. He done dropped big dollars, okay? He dropped $50, y'all. $50 from Afro Merchant. Appreciate you, big time, brother. Appreciate you, big time. And you know what he did? He put that 57 cent on it, okay? He put that 57 cent. So Afro Merchant, thank you very much, big time. I really do appreciate that. Really do appreciate that. And thank you for the Trail Bentley tax. Appreciate that, big time, my brother. And y'all got to understand, that Trail Bentley tax adds up, man. It adds up, okay? So appreciate anytime you give. But shout out to people who also throw in that 57 cent, okay? Shout out to y'all. Shout out to you. And shout out to Kevin 3905. And I know exactly what you're talking about because I saw it, brother. I saw it. He say $10. He put in $10, y'all. He say for my lost bet today. Hey, I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you, brother. And I saw it. I ain't say nothing, but I saw it, brother. I saw it. Appreciate you big time. Real talk. Okay. Now that's what you call getting off to a good start, y'all. That's what you call getting off to a good start. I definitely appreciate it big time. Okay. And that's for real. All right, y'all. Now, look, the Black community it's a hard idea for Black men raised in this country, y'all. I'm gonna say it's a hard idea raised in this country because first of all, we gotta make our South be North, our East be West. It's a different type of idea going on. Okay. Because you are told that you're never going to be champions. So you don't carry yourself. Well, I'm saying collectively, they train us not to carry ourselves as people who could win championships. Okay. I'm gonna tell you right now, y'all, as a person who got to grow up in Chicago and see as much as I was able to when it comes to sports and things like that. I don't get excited as other people do when it comes to even Chicago teams because I understand too much about what the organizations are doing. I understand how people don't want to spend money to make things happen. I understand championship attitudes. Okay. You know, and I've said this before, y'all. You know, I did used to do some Uber, y'all. I did used to do some Uber. Okay. You know, it was good for me too. It was good. It was a good way to, talk to people. I've told y'all before I would do my own surveys and things like that. And sometimes I would, talk to them as customers because, there are just more people that I didn't know. And when you talk to people you don't know, they willing to take just about anything. But y'all know, my city, our football representation is the Chicago Bears. All right. I ain't gonna say no names, but I'm gonna say a woman came in. Okay, a woman came in. She was an Uber customer. You know, I'm taking her I'll just say into downtown Chicago. She was gonna stay at a hotel. It was a Saturday night. She was staying at a hotel. Okay. Picked her up, from a very nice area. I'm gonna say that. She lived in a very nice area. She was the wife of one of the assistant coaches of the time. Okay. She had a lot of confidence. Okay, she had a lot, and I respect it. Don't get me wrong, I respected it. She was a white woman. She was married to an assistant coach, and we got a good little ride from where I picked up from to get into downtown Chicago. You know, she starts talking. Her being the wife of an assistant coach, she thought the Bears would win. She really thought the Bears would, win a championship very soon. I'll say that. I ain't saying when it happened, so y'all ain't gonna necessarily be able to figure out what woman said it or, or when. Who was the head coach at the time? I'm leaving the names out, okay? But as she got into serious conversation with me, I told her, what all due respect, ma'am, I understand where you're coming from. Your husband worked for the team. I can appreciate you being a great wife to support your husband and what y'all are trying to do. And I want y'all to do it. Don't get it twisted. I live here, okay? I'm not just here for the moment. I'm not gonna be gone in a year or two. I'm here, okay? I want the Bears to win. I do, okay? But y'all winning, it's not gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen, y'all. It ain't gonna happen. Now, my thing is, people could take that as being disrespectful. No, I'm just being an honest person. Okay? That's all I'm doing. I'm being honest with you. And I know a lot of people say, when you black men, y'all talk differently when certain people get around. No, look, I don't care that you, the assistant coach's wife. You are married to a man who ain't gonna help us with nothing. It's just that simple at the end of the day. I ain't trying to put him down, but you're married to a man. I understand you think your husband and the crew gonna get the Bears where they need to be and they gonna win this championship. You ain't finna do squat. Okay, you ain't finna do squat. Now, I said it respectfully to her. It was, she a customer technically. You know what I'm saying? She a customer. I treat my customers well, y'all. I don't treat people like crap. I treat customers well. So I'm saying this to her, but I'm saying it to her in a nice, respectful way because she a customer at the end of the day. I'm making money off this chick. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't gonna just really disrespect her, but I ain't gonna lie for her either. Okay. She wanted to have a conversation and feel good about what her husband and the organization is doing. And I'm just like, y'all not gonna win. And you know what? And she, and don't get me wrong, y'all. I'm pretty sure she felt she had some level of expertise about what goes on in football. Her being married to the an assistant coach and all. And I'm pretty sure, she picks up the culture of football in a certain way. But I said, ma'am, I live in a city where we won championships here. I understand a championship attitude. Okay? I understand a championship demeanor. And y'all ain't got it. I want y'all to win, but y'all ain't got it. Y'all not winners. It is what it is. Y'all gonna be another group of coaches that come in, not win, and you gonna move on. You're not winners, man. You're just not. Now, did they win the championship? Of course not. Bears ain't won since 85. Bears ain't won since 85. Of course they didn't win. You know? But I ain't gonna bite my tongue for you like that. That ain't me, y'all. It's just not who I am. You know? Certain situations I try to bite my tongue, but I ain't finna bite my. You brought it up. I didn't tell you had to talk about this. You a customer and you want to talk Bears. I'm talking Bears. You brought this up, okay? You not gonna win. I appreciate you trying, but you ain't gonna do it. Y'all can't get the team moving in a way that they don't even look like champions. I'm just keeping it real. Yeah, y'all winning some games, but y'all ain't champions. It just is what it is. Okay? Now, maybe, just maybe, because she was a white woman, she expects things to go certain ways. She had now I'm not mad at her. She had a winning expectation. You should. Okay. I can't say that's a bad thing to have a winning expectation. Okay. But I know a champion when I see one. And at that time, we definitely did not have champions playing for us. I'm just going to keep it real. I knew they were not going to win a championship. I rooted for them, but I knew they weren't going to win. Now, the thing is, y'all, you got to get a championship culture. So this is the thing, y'all. As Black men, the Black community is our team. It's nice to be part of the Black community when we, sitting on top of something. Okay. There's things we sit on top of, and there's things that we don't. But you got to be down the whole way. I don't want you coming at the tail end when we about to win the championship talking about I'm with y'all. Who wants that at the end of the day, y'all? What person who's serious about a team wants other people talking about, no, I'm down with y'all at the last second? Nobody, real fans don't like that. When you're a fan of something, you don't like other people talking about, yeah, man, let me get this front row seat over here because I've been down. And good and well last week they were supporting another team. Well, that's the attitude that goes on amongst the Black community. See, people in the Black community want to be down when it's convenient. I won't prove you belong. Now, what am I saying with this, y'all? Black men, you got to be respectable, productive, functional, and believe in Black men's leadership. And I understand this can be difficult because even as a very successful Black man, I said you must believe in Black men's leadership. I didn't say you can believe in your leadership because you've hit some certain level of success. No, that's easy. I'm not saying you can believe in your leadership just because you got some opportunities that other people didn't get, or maybe God gave you the ability to excel in professional sports. So maybe you're a rich guy now. No. It's easy to believe in somebody who got something glaring that puts them above other people in a certain aspect. No. You have to believe in Black men's leadership in general. Okay. So, heck, we got OKC rings sit up there. So, no, I'm not talking about you just believing in a leadership of Black men who happen to make it as NBA players. No. Not just the Black men who make it as NBA coaches. Not just Black men who are in professional sports organizations. No, you got to believe in the general leadership of Black men, period. Because if you don't believe in that, you ain't one of us. It's that simple at the end of the day. If you don't believe in that, you ain't one of us. And I really don't want to hear from you. Real talk. I really don't want to hear from you because you ain't got nothing good to say. Your foundational beliefs prevents you from being able to be on a winning team with us. Now, granted, y'all, nobody wins a championship every single year, but you do want to compete. Okay, nobody's going to win a championship every year, but you do want to compete. So who gets to determine what's going on with the Black community? History has proven I've said this plenty of times, and I'm gonna say it until it stops being the truth. Which when would it ever stop being the truth? When you remove a community of men, you no longer have that community. That's just the way it goes. So guess what, y'all? Black men are the community, and some of y'all have yet to accept that. Let's just be real about it. Y'all have yet to accept that because you look at how other people define what the community is. Okay? You look at how other people define what the community is. No, you got to look at how we define what the black community is. It is black men who believe in black men's leadership who are also respectable, productive, and functional. You got to have all of them. And you know what? It's the woman we're married to. And it's the children we had that live in our homes. You must have proof you belong. Now, OKC, the people involved in that organization, they had their ring ceremony, right? So if you claim you was on the team, you got you a ring. You got proof that you belong to that team. Now, they don't give rings to everybody. You know, they're not gonna give you a ring if you the person selling hot dogs at the game, you know. And this is not me putting them down. I'm just saying this is the reality of it. You're not gonna get a championship ring and you selling hot dogs as a vendor. No, that's not how it works. If you work in security, you're not gonna get a ring, okay? You know, if you are doing many things for the organization, you're not gonna get a ring. The team gets a ring, and then some of the heads of the organization gets rings. So if you claim you're on the team, you got proof. You got a ring. Now, there's a lot of women out here now. Y'all gonna see them popping up more and more who gonna claim they down for black folks. You're gonna see women pop up more and more and more claiming they down for black men, that they love and support black men. Where's your championship ring? I'm not putting at any woman who's truly down for us. I know there's some women who make some content. I don't really like women's content because they, you know, I'm just gonna say they don't put out everything that needs to be put out. And I can understand they have this woman's perspective, and a lot of them still want to, you know, have some room to what they just not gonna do what need to be done. I'm just gonna say that. And the way I look at it, they not gonna say all the things that need to be said. They not gonna push the things that need to be pushed. They change up on content a little too much. I appreciate the ones who truly support us. I just don't think most of them do a good job. I'm just keeping it real. But I mean, when it comes to men, I don't think a lot of men is doing a great the greatest job either. You know? But I don't call these people out and I don't mention their names because number one, I don't want to have no beef with them because I don't even care about them enough to beef with them. Number two, I do believe some of them, at least there's a group of them that are being honest and at least trying to help, you know, and you can only do what you can do. So at least some of them are trying to help. Okay. At least some of them are trying to help, but you need proof you belong. So guys, I understand there's going to be some black men who say, well, I'm just never getting married. I've seen people in my chat say that. I respect it. I'm not even saying you have to. But when it comes down to women, how do we know they belong? Women, they quote unquote want to be down when it's convenient. And a lot of this does play out with older women talking about, I want to get married now. If you was down with us, how you 35 and you ain't got no husband? Okay. How you 28 and you ain't got no husband, but you down with us? See, y'all, there's some stuff you really can't get around. And for a woman, in order for her to be down with us, she has to accept she got to get married. It's that simple at the end of the day. She got to get married. Okay. And of course, it's going to be harder to get married when you're older, but that's a personal issue she has to overcome. You know, and I done said it many a time. Unfortunately, I done had channels that were shut down, but I done said it many a time. If you're an older woman, go after a guy that's divorced already, or go after a guy who got some grown kids. Okay, because he can see you in a way that other men who haven't been through those experiences will probably see you. You know, he's used to having a wife around. He's used to the companionship of a woman being around. Go get you one of those. Or go get you a much older guy. Maybe you 40, maybe the guy is maybe he's 60. Do what you gotta do. Okay. What's 20 years to adults? Okay, what's 20 years to adults? All right. Do what you got to do. And as men, we have to stop feeling pity for people who don't belong to our group. Don't get it wrong. I'm not saying you can't give out charity, y'all, but it should be recognized as charity. And you got to be able to get into our group. But just like you can get into our group, you can be rejected from our group. And a lot of people can be rejected. And I think black men's guilt, unfortunately, allows people to get too close to our group without being a part of our group. Now, I've said before, when it comes to marriage, there's a timeline where if you're with a woman for about 2 years, you already know what time it is, man. You either gonna marry her or you not. So why do men have 8-year relationships? Why do men have a 5-year relationship with some woman that you don't deem worthy of marriage? Because this is the reality, y'all. If you deemed her worthy of marriage, you would. That's just what it is. As a man, it's on you. If you deem her worthy of marriage, you would. If you've been with her for 6 years and you ain't married her, look, don't get mad at Roger. Because I could be stepping on somebody's toes. Don't get mad at me. You the one kept her around. If she was good enough to marry, you'd have done it. That's all I'm saying. If you thought she was good enough to marry, you would have done it. This ain't about me and my decision. It's about you and your decision. You know a wife when you see one. Now, I'm not saying that there's women who can't up their game so they can become a wife. Women can do that. Now, the thing is, as men, are you going to tell her how to become a wife? If you got somebody around and she's not worthy of marrying, are you going to help her become worthy? Because if you're going to keep her around, you might as well help her become worthy of being a wife. Now, I get it. People going to say, well, you shouldn't have to teach your woman how to be a wife. I'm not saying you should. But I am going to look at the reality we happen to live in. And if I was really digging a chick, okay, and I want her to be my wife, you know what I'm going to do? If I'm going to keep her around, I'm going to start teaching her how to be my wife. Not my job, but as they say, somebody got to do it. Now, see, this is the thing for me. If I start teaching you how to be my wife and you won't accept the teaching, then I know I got to let you go. It's that simple at the end of it. I got to let you go. Now, maybe you'll listen to, because you done lost something this time, and maybe you'll get it together for the next man. Hey, it is what it is. I can't worry about that. I'm your ex now. I can't worry about what you're going to do with the next man. Not my job. Okay? But I do think black men have to really start taking a stance on this stuff, y'all. There's a reason I said all your newborn babies, you got to get them tested. I'm not saying you can't be with a woman and love that woman. I'm not saying you can't have married that woman. I'm not saying you can't trust that woman. But when you have a child, you got to take that baby and get that baby tested. She's supposed to already know well before she got pregnant that if she makes a claim that the baby belongs to you, that child will be tested. It's that simple at the end of the day, y'all. We need proof you belong to the group. Okay. See, if I run into a kid somewhere, how do I know that kid is part of the black community? How do I know? Okay. Who you live with? Oh, you live with your mama? Okay, I know that's not really one of ours. It's that simple at the end of the day, y'all. Now, we can get upset about it. We can say all kinds of stuff. But if you a kid, if you 12 years old, and for some reason I run into you in these streets, because let's keep it real, y'all. There's going to be black men who are going to be around children. You could be a teacher, you could be a coach, you can be different things that'll put you around kids. If you a 12-year-old kid, are you part of my community? I want to know. I want to know. Are you part of my community? Well, who you live with, youngster? Well, I live with my mama. I know right there, this kid don't belong to our community. Okay? It's that simple at the end of the day. I'm probably gonna do different things based on whether you belong to the community or not. You could simply find a child who says they lost. How you gonna play a lost kid? How much effort you gonna put in to that lost kid getting back to who they belong to? Now, let a kid tell me, just for example, let some little kid tell me, excuse me, mister, I'm lost. Okay? Who you live with, youngster? Well, I live with my parents. Your mom and your daddy? Yeah. Okay, well, well, I guess nowadays kids got phones. Okay, let me get their number. Okay, talk to the parents. Hey man, your kids say they got lost. We over here such and such. We over here on 43rd Street. Your kid on 43rd. Not the best, not the best place for kids. But your kid done came to me saying he lost here on 43rd Street. uh my name is Roger. Okay. I'm trying to help this kid get back to his parent. Now, I speak to that child father. Okay, cool. What's the address, sir? I bring your kid wherever you want me to bring your kid to, or you can meet me or whatever the case is, or you know what? It's a McDonald's over here. Okay. It's a McDonald's over here, sir. Just come to this McDonald's, I take your kid to McDonald's, give him a Big Mac or something. Well, give him a Happy Meal. I'll get your kid a Happy Meal. You see what I'm saying? You can play things certain ways depending upon, what sense of community you have. Okay, what sense of community you have? I found a black kid lived with his father. Was buying some black kids to McDonald's. Well, look, youngster, I just talked to your daddy. We finna go to this McDonald's. Because every kid ain't gonna want you to put no kid in the car and go nowhere. So I'm trying to be realistic about this. Okay, we gonna be at it's a McDonald's on 43rd. Okay. All right, I'm gonna take your kid to this McDonald's, buy your kid something to eat, and everything be good. You know what I'm saying? Just meet us over there. Okay, cool. No biggie. Some parents may say, well, can you get my kid to the police? They may want you to do something like that. No problem. Let's call the police. They can come meet me at such and such. Now, what if your kid don't belong to my community? I'm not saying I'm gonna leave a kid out there for anything to happen, but I may not do as much for some kid who don't belong to the community. If I meet some little white kid, will I call a white kid parent? Possibly. I'm not saying I wouldn't call some white kid's parent. Okay. But at the end of the day, am I going to buy your kid food and all that other type of stuff? Probably not. I'm just. Look, we're going to call your mom and daddy. They're going to come over here and we're going to be right here waiting on them to get here. Am I going to buy your kid lunch? I don't know. I'm just keeping it real. It's probably gonna be a little bit of a difference of how I treat the kid of another community than how I'm gonna treat a kid of my community. Y'all, my bad. I didn't put I just realized I never put the link in for people to join. I just realized it. I'm gonna take care of that right now. Okay. But a child who lives with their father, no, I'm gonna go extra for them. Real talk. Okay, I'm gonna go extra for them. Cause I believe in a child who can say I live with my daddy a little bit more than the other ones. I can see how a kid who don't live with his daddy can get lost, because I'm just gonna assume their mama don't care that much about him no way, and that's just me being for real. If you live with your mama don't really care that much no way. I can see how you can end up on 43rd. Yeah, no disrespect to my people in Chicago who live on 43rd Street. It's just a joke, okay? Somebody told me back in the day about a teacher who used to always say, tell them, y'all don't be like them niggas on 43rd. Shout out to Kevin. He say Roger don't like us like that today. He don't want to hear y'all Negroes' voices. Now maybe that's something I shouldn't necessarily deny, but shouldn't necessarily confirm. I just forgot to put it in, y'all. I just forgot to put it in. I just went and got the link. I'm gonna put it in the chat in a second. But my point is, y'all, there is a sense of community. The more of a sense of community I have, the more I'm willing to do for somebody else's kid. I mean, think about it. If it's your own family member, you do all kinds of stuff for your own family member's kid. So the more they feel like family, the more you can logically sense that they're family, the more you're willing to do. That's how it generally goes. But if I don't really see you as ours, number one, I'm gonna be hesitant to do something anyway, because now I have to concern myself about your reaction to me doing X, Y, or Z. And even though I'm trying to help, you could have a messed up reaction. I don't necessarily want to deal with your messed up reaction. And it's that simple at the end of the day. I mean, if you've been a person who's willing to help a person here and there, which I have been, sometimes I've talked to people and people start giving me an issue when I'm trying to help them. You know what I do with those folks? I just leave them where they at. That's me. See, when you a stranger, you ain't getting the grace that I have for somebody I'm familiar with. You're not gonna get that type of grace, okay? Because I'm just keeping it real. If I'm trying to help you and you give me an attitude problem or something like that, I'm just gonna walk off on you because I don't care about your situation for real. I was being a nice guy, trying to help you do something. You give me a bad attitude, I'm gonna leave you where you at. Now, I hate for that to happen with a kid, but let's say I call somebody, and they mama answer the phone because they don't even live with their daddy. Yeah, your kid say he lost. We over here on 43rd Street. Let that mama start getting smart with me over the phone. Y'all really think I'm trying to hear all that? Look, I don't care if you ever see your kid again. Okay? You're not gonna talk to me crazy. Okay? And I don't have no responsibility to get you your kid back. How about you call the police? You got it. I'm out. Because I'm not going to even be here when the police pull up. Because now I don't even want to deal with them either. It's that simple. Now, let's say if I were to do something like that and something happened to the kid. Now, because she can call the police. I done told you where we at. Okay? You can call the police, come get your kid. Now, what if I go home and I see on the news that some child was quote unquote kidnapped, something bad happened to the child found dead, and I see it was the same kid that I was talking to, The mama caused me some trouble. See, now mama done made me uncomfortable being seen with the child. See, that's what mama done did. If you get smart with me on the phone, see, now I'm uncomfortable being seen with the child. I done told you where the child is. You can call the police. So why would I sit there and be there when the police show up? You didn't make me uncomfortable to be around your child. Now, let's say something happened to that child. You think I care? I could be home hours later watching the 10 o'clock news, seeing that same child dead. Something done happened to this kid. Happened just that fast. You know, you think I'm gonna feel bad about it? No. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna say if mama wasn't such an a-hole, her child would be alive. Tried to get in there and help. You made it an uncomfortable situation for me to help your child. You got to live with that, not me. You know, but I will tell you this, the attitude of black women, they would try to push on you that you're going to feel guilty about something like that. You know, you can't do that because you know that's going to haunt you. It's not going to haunt me. What are you talking about? Y'all, the kids don't haunt me. And I think if a lot of black men could get past these quote unquote haunting feelings you're supposed to have, you'll be able to move around much better. All right. Your personal situation is your personal situation. Do I care about black people? Yes, I do, but there's only so far I'm willing to go. I've said time and time again, you have to be a ruthless, nice guy. I'm the nice guy by trying to help your child in the first place. If mama get on the phone with a bad attitude, I become the ruthless guy because I will leave your child where your child is. It's that simple to me. Mama done made me uncomfortable. You see, I understand if mama gets uncomfortable, she can call the police. The police can take me into custody, have the investigation. And let's keep it real, y'all. This may inconvenience me for a few hours. That's all it may turn into. You inconvenience me for a few hours. I'm gonna be so ruthless that I'm not gonna give up them few hours. I'm just gonna leave your kid where it's at, and I'm gonna go on about my business. I'm not giving you a few hours. That child don't belong to me. I ain't got a few hours for you. Now, if I'm talking to a man who's appreciative that I'm trying to help connect him back with his child, see, I can give him a few hours. See, y'all, the thing is, a child can belong and a child cannot belong. An adult can belong, an adult cannot belong. You know, shout out to Brian McKnight's ex-wife. She belonged for some period of time. You know, she got divorced. It is what it is. You see what I'm saying? Her outcomes are just it is what it is outcome to me. She got her own children. Her children don't come across, well, unfortunately, one of them done passed away. But we know she got Brian McKnight Jr., who ain't necessarily coming across, and that maybe he is in some kind of way and we don't know about it. But we don't know that he is a productive, respectable, functional young man. He may not be. He may just be some entitled dude still, even in older ages. Man, hey, you got it. You know what I'm saying? Your mama needs some help. Let the unproductive man help her. Let the dysfunctional man help her. See, and this is how it goes when it comes to women who are considered black. Women want benefits of the community. But I can't prove that you're in the community. Black men should protect black women. That's what people say. My question is, which ones you talking about? Because if she's married, sure, we should help. If she's not married, age will depend on what's going on. Is she a minor? Does she live with her daddy? I can help her. Is she a minor and does she live with her daddy? Okay, cool. All right. Oh, she's an adult and she lives on her own. She don't need my help. She got this. She is an adult in the world. Heck, she grown, right? Ain't she out in the world and can't she take care of herself? Can't she take care of other people too? See, that's what I consider grown. Grown is when you can take care of yourself and other people. You're an adult at 18. I'm not gonna take that from somebody. You're an adult at 18, but you're grown when you can take care of yourself and somebody else. So women say black men need to protect them. Which women are you talking about? Because if you're talking about some married women, okay, cool. I can accept that. I can accept that. But if you're talking about just random women out here in the street, I don't know who they belong to. Well, they black. Shouldn't you protect the women of your community? The women of my community are married to men in my community. Most of their protection is already covered. Because let's keep it real. When it comes to a black man protecting his woman, see, when a man is married, number one, she misses such and such based on him. Okay? So he gonna protect the period. And now his network of men are gonna protect her, period. Because realistically speaking, your brother-in-law ain't gonna let nothing happen to a woman. Okay? See, when a woman got a brother-in-law ain't finna just let somebody mess with his wife's, with his brother's wife. That's not happening. Okay? A brother-in-law means something. Now, even though we don't use in-laws on all the other relationships or whatever, we do it like brothers or sister or mom and dad. Okay? But let's be realistic. If a woman is married, her husband's uncle ain't gonna let something happen to her because she fam now. That's the attitude we take. That's fam now. So he don't even got to be there. He could be at the store. Is his uncle gonna let something happen to his wife? No. Is his cousin gonna let something happen to his wife? No. It's not gonna happen. Is his friends gonna let something happen to his wife? No. What man is gonna let his friend's wife get beat up, robbed, or anything, and he was there, and he gonna be like, well, you was at the store. Y'all think he gonna come back? His wife laid out on the ground. Man, what the heck happened? Man, Joe, she got into it with some nigga. They got loud. Next thing we know, dude stole off on her. She been laying there ever since. Like, that is not the real world. That just ain't the real world. A married woman is automatically protected, period, by everybody that husband knows. Okay, every man that knows that husband ain't finna let nothing happen to his wife, because ain't nobody finna sit there with they homie, they friend, they brother, they cousin, whoever they call themselves, that's my dog. We not finna sit there and just let something happen to your wife and then tell you about it when you get back. That is not the real world. But if you ain't married to nobody, how come you count? And that's just keeping it real. What do you think you count? How you count? Okay, you live on your own. You're not in your daddy's house no more. Hey, I get it. You're 28 years old. Ain't nobody vouching for you, shawty. That's just how it go. But let me get the mic to Kevin since he done came up. Kevin, you got it, my brother.
What's happening, Roger? What's happening? How you doing this morning? What's happening to the chat? Man, I love the subject. I love the way you put it together. I want to say, man, I love the analogy that you use, of the Bulls and you having to live with them 6 rings, man. I love that. I love it. I love it. However, there's a lot of crime in the community up there in Chicago because you only got 6 rings. So you got to look at places like Boston. You know, You gotta look at places like LA that got Hollywood. See, the more rings you got in your community, the better off your community is. You know. So and I ain't did no study on this, but I'm gonna have to look up the stats on it and stuff. But if you look at communities, if you look at families, look at successful families, I bet you if you count the rings, you're gonna have more rings than successful families. If you look at successful communities and neighborhoods, I believe the more rings in that neighborhood, the better off that community is going to be. The cleaner it's going to be. The better the children are going to behave. It's everything is better. You look at these successful cities, the more rings they got, the better the city is. And I don't think that's a coincidence. So, man, I really, really love this topic, and it absolutely, man. To land my plane, I'm gonna say, man, if you want your community to be better, you're gonna need more than 6 rings, boss.
I can appreciate the way you did that. Unfortunately, I have to agree that I do believe that the more rings you have, the better off your situation is gonna overall be. I remember y'all. I had a conversation with my mother one time, and it shocked her when I told her. Well, I mean, when you examine neighborhood, let's think about it. The neighborhoods with black men as head of households, they're usually better than the neighborhoods where black men aren't heads of household.
Mm-hmm.
Now she got shocked. That took her for something right there. That took her for something. But the thing is, she had to actually think about it, and she couldn't actually disagree because. And I've said this time and time again. I'm gonna keep saying it until I find something else to be different, or something for it not to be true anymore. When you look at a bad neighborhood, what's the first thing you can pretty much find in a bad neighborhood? The heads of households are not men. When you have a majority of households that are not men, you're more likely to have a quote unquote bad neighborhood. It's just that simple at the end of the day. We can cry about it however we want to cry about it. But when men are heads of households, usually men like their neighborhood to be together because they like their own home to be together. They like their neighbor's home to be together. They like the neighbor across the street home to be together, not just the one next to them.
That's
They
right.
like their neighborhood to be clean. They like the neighborhood to be respectable. And they like their neighborhood to be something you can show off, not something you point at. Meaning, you point at something bad, you show off something that's good. That's normally how it goes. So rings do make a difference. And what is a woman's championship ring? It's her wedding ring. Oprah is worth more than $1 billion, and she's still a loser. She's just some woman who's over 30 years old and never got married. Now we can say a whole lot of stuff about Oprah and that she done did this and she's been super successful. Now, nobody cares, man. At the end of the day, nobody cares. Oprah just shows you how greedy women can be because she don't want to share her wealth with a man. And see, this is something I keep telling men. A woman's not gonna gain wealth to share with you, so she's not family orientated in the first place. So she don't even count. And yeah, I'm using Oprah on purpose because she got a big name. But
Ain't,
Black
ain't, she,
women,
ain't she in Chicago?
I don't care where she at.
Oh.
She ain't married none of us.
That's right. That's right. Now, at
Well,
the same time, and I'm
she ain't
sorry. I'm
originally
sorry.
from Chicago. She ain't originally
Oh,
from
okay.
Now
Chicago,
she originally from
and
Mississippi.
I
I'd be
don't
so,
think she's still in Chicago now. I don't know. Maybe she still has that
Now,
condo
if my
downtown,
memory's
but I
right,
know at some point she moved to California, got some
yeah,
big
I'm gonna say she
estate
moved. Yeah,
out there.
I was thinking Florida, but last I
Yeah,
remember
it was
she moved.
California.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But Black Rock's gonna give you the mic anyway for your opening statement. So go right ahead, my brother.
Well, it's funny. As you were talking about rings, we'll get back on that 6 ring thing momentarily. Uh, but uh, you remind me of when I first got married. Um, a long time ago, fellas. Pushing 35 years now. I remember when I first got married, and one of the things that surprised me was how people treated me when they found out I was married. And it varied based on who the people were. Like there were some women that were very disappointed I got married. Uh, you know, some of those women, if I ran into today, just that I got married when I did. Uh, but I remember how I remember how my uncle treated me after I got married. It's like, I thought I was a man. you know, up to that point, I was what 30, up to that point, So I thought it was a man, but when I got married, the way he viewed me, the way he treated me, the way he talked to me, totally different, completely different. The regard, he talked to me about things that he had not talked to me before, about family, about insurance, uh, about a house or home, or when you're going to get a home, and where the kids you think going to go to school. Conversations we'd never really had before in a practical kind of way. And when I would meet people, and this is particularly interesting when I encountered white people. This was, like I said, nearly 35 years ago. Uh, their treatment of me, my ability to move along, get promoted, all that was influenced by my being married. And I remember being very surprised by that. And what you learn is, well, yeah, you've taken on this responsibility of a woman and then eventually some children. And there's a regard for that. And maybe there was a particular regard for that, being a young black man. Like I said, this is over 30 years ago. So weird kind of time in between the crack thing and AIDS thing. And it was a lot of social unrest amongst black people during that time. Political, you had Bush Senior and then Clinton and whatever. So it was a lot of social political turmoil going on. So getting married, young black man getting married at the time, it sort of elevated your esteem. And then I observed it of my wife. She would always make a point of referencing to me being married. She would make a point of talking about my husband, my husband, And for her in particular, it was, she was definitely going to communicate that status. And it influenced how people treated her and viewed her. And the ring, people make light of the object of it or whatever. And it don't mean getting married, don't mean anything. Maybe today it don't really mean much of anything, especially considering how quickly people get out of marriages. So maybe, it just is not as important as it used to be. But yeah, there was a time when getting that ring really did mean something for women especially and for men as well. So like I said, I'll follow up on the 6 rings later.
Now I'm gonna say, I think that we need as the men, we got to make it known that the ring is important because at the end of the day, we don't know who you are. Now I have a mother. Okay, I've told y'all my parents got divorced. So what does that make my mom? She's an unmarried woman. Now I may want somebody in the street to do something for my mama, but if somebody's unwilling to help my mother because she ain't got no husband, hey, that's on her. The rules don't change because it's my mama. You know what I'm saying? My mama needs some help with a tire. You happen to see her in the street. You said, well, let me speak to your husband. And well, I'm not married anymore. And if you walk away, so be it. Nothing changes for me. The same way, if some woman say she want me to help her with her tie, I'm gonna ask her, let me talk to your husband. And if your husband say, it's cool, then I will help her at the end of the day. Even though somebody walked away from my own mama because she wasn't married. It is what it is, y'all. We can't do things based just on comfort, and you need proof you belong. That's why I use OKC. If you own the team, you got a ring. Okay, and you can't even come in this season talking about, I'm part of the team, I'm a champion. No, the champions got rings. They got it on opening night. Where your ring at? Because there's always a new addition to a team. Where your ring at if you a champion? I need to see it. And I think we got to really start holding people to this concept. We determine who's in our community. If you're married to one of us, cool. If you're a child that lives in our homes, cool. But and I understand y'all, people can have daughters. Once your daughter leaves your home, you don't know what community she gonna end up with. Hopefully she marry a black man, but you can't guarantee that's gonna happen. She gonna do what she truly wants to do at the end of the day. And she may move on to a different community. And the thing is, you gotta let her. You gotta let her. I got a big enough family. I got some relatives. They done married some white men. They still my relatives. I still love them and all that. But am I going to listen to them about quote unquote community building? You have an obligation to a different community at this point. I understand you still see yourself as a black woman, which is totally fine and good. I don't have no problem with that. But community building, you're just not the person for it. Like Candace Owens has been brought up a lot. I'm gonna say at this channel. I don't care nothing about what Candace Owens shows. Candace Owens can't say nothing that a white man don't approve of. She's married to a white man. She belongs to a different community. Why she wants to be involved in black people business is ridiculous to me. Period. Some people say, well, she's been helpful in some way. Man, I don't want to hear nothing she got to say. She is regulated by some other communities' regulations, period. So she can only tell us something that's going to help us that also helps them. I don't really need to hear from her. Does that mean she's a totally evil person? No, but I don't care nothing about what she got to say. It just is what it is. You're not us no more. You somebody else. And my thing is, be proud of who you are. Because I'm going to be proud of who I am. And I don't care how comfortable you feel about it. And I'm saying, if you're down with a community, you down with it when it's convenient, when, just like in sports, when somebody's winning. But if you a real quote unquote fan, you also down with it when they losing. You're not a fan of somebody if you jump ship just because the record ain't good anymore. And we do this with any team, football teams, baseball teams, whatever team you're talking about, where the black community is a team. If you rocking with us, you rocking with us. I can't tell you rocking with us and you're not even married to one of us. A lot of women say they down at convenient times, but how do I know you down? I don't know you personally. How do I know you down? You got a husband to show me. You can show me your wedding ring. If you can't show me that, you're not down with us. And I'm not really finna do you the same way I would do a woman who's with us. And that's just me being real. I don't know how y'all are out there in the world, but I treat people that belong to us, whatever us I'm talking about, better than people that don't. I'm probably going to always do that. It's that simple to me at the end of the day, and I don't see how that's a bad thing. Why not treat your own better? Makes sense to me. I just think a lot of black men, we still accepting teachings that we got when we was kids that tell us to treat everybody else better than ourselves. I get it. As a black man, you was always told that you should be last at everything. Now, my ideal is I'm first at everything. Don't nothing count unless I'm good. You know, if there was a disaster happen, how am I gonna help you if I can't help myself? I don't know what to tell you. You know, and I get it. People will say, "You let this thing happen to this person." If I couldn't save myself, so what? And I'm just keeping it real. Okay. There are some people that I'm willing to die for, but it ain't many. I'm just gonna keep it real, y'all. It's just most folks. I don't like you enough to die for you. Okay. Now, if maybe you my little brother, I die for you. You know what I'm saying? You know, maybe my niece, maybe my nephew. You know, I could die for you. You know, I'm not gonna even die for my mama because my mama want me to live. I know my mama wants me to live. And I say this because people have an odd reaction to me saying I wouldn't die for my mama. You know what I'm saying? Same thing for my daddy. My daddy want me to live. My daddy done lived the life. He gonna be like, well, if we gotta pick, I'd rather my son live. My mother would do the same thing. And when I say stuff like, well, you know, I wouldn't just die for them like that. That don't mean I don't love them. All of us want me to live. All of us want me to live. I'm not saying they're not worthy of dying for, but we all want me to live. If I died and my daddy didn't, my daddy be messed up about it. If I died and my mama didn't, my mama be messed up about it. So at the end of the day, why would I save my mama's life and die when I could just save myself and we both want me to live? You know, it sounds crazy, but when you think about it, I'm torturing my parents for the rest of their lives because I died and they didn't. Now, to some of y'all, I would say
No,
that's
your parents would never, and just speaking from the perspective of a parent, I don't think I could ever give myself if when my daughter died. Uh, if I could have sacrificed myself for them to live, I don't think it's something I'd ever be able to live with. I think that's a fairly normal sentiment by of most people who have children. So yeah, I'm sure parents would not want you to sacrifice your life for theirs. You know, it's not even a natural. You play it forward. You know, with family, with you know. I mean, you know, one of the things about having children is some sense of, although it's a fairly fleet and somewhat intangible sense, but in some sense of some sort of immortality or at least continuation of life, you know. Uh, so no, you would definitely want uh, want your children to endure beyond the expiration of your life. You know, I hate Kevin left the panel. I kind of wanted to talk about that thing with, you know, the Bulls and the rings and MJ and the ring thing. It's very, very interesting. You know, there's a reason why, you know, Sports Illustrated picked Michael Jordan to be the greatest athlete of the 20th century. Uh, you know, unlike LA or Boston, you know, Chicago did not have many champions, at least in recent uh, era. You know, you have to go back to very old Bears teams. The Cubs had won a World Series prior to, I guess, 10 or so years ago, but certainly during MJ's era, the Cubs had won a World Series in 90
about
years.
100
Sox
years.
had won a World Series, you know. I think, and plus there was the scandal of the betting scandal that, you know, so when Mike won those titles, you know, other than maybe like the Super Bowl, although that didn't last as long as we'd hoped, you know, what, 86 or whatever. You know, when the Bulls won those titles, they were in amongst the big cities in particular. They really kind of stood alone because you're right, Kevin was right in the sense that there wasn't a lot of victories here in Chicago, especially if you're comparing Chicago to the other major metropolitan areas. Your Boston, obviously, L.A., New York. Well, I guess New York has had trouble too. Although the Islanders were pretty good in the '80s. Had won a number of Stanley Cups. Uh, so when they won, it stood out because there had been so much futility here in Chicago, and then to win so many in a concentrated period of time, that's what really sort of stood out historically. Uh, I don't think you can really compare Mike, maybe Bill Russell, although I don't know, but I don't think you can really compare him to any other basketball player. Um, Football, I don't know, or the other sports. Basketball player in that, he was the central figure of a team, of an organization becoming a championship organization. Maybe you can say Brady. I don't know, but football is a little more. Uh, there's a lot more pieces to winning football than basketball. So you can't really compare, Mike to, can't really compare him to any other basketball player, as great as the others may be, because of the winning and making and winning organization. Bulls had never won anything prior to that
Mhm.
point.
And not to mention, he changed the
Those,
concept of winning
so those six
too.
rings mean a lot. They mean a
Yeah,
whole lot. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. And he changed the concept of winning because the concept of winning beforehand was you must win through a big man, preferably a center. And now Mike changed it where you can win through any particular player that's good. Doesn't make a difference what position they're in. It can be done. So winning is viewed totally different now. But I'm gonna say this to bring it back to the topic, y'all. Mike was there when the Bulls was losing too. He didn't he didn't leave the quote unquote community of the Bulls and then be seen as, I'm going to help this other group. No, he stayed right where he was. And remember, according to what he said when he got into the Bulls organization, he saw evidence of them being coke infested. Because people have made, they made assertions about the Bulls. He kind of confirmed some of the assertions that was being made by other folks when
Well,
he
no,
got.
no, no. It was well known. It was. I mean, it was pretty well known, if not reported, that Orlando Woolridge, Quentin Daly were reputed, cokeheads. Quentin Daly, and it was even worse for Quentin Daly because he had apparently had some sort of rape thing that had occurred before the Bulls drafted him. He had the women's group protesting outside of Chicago Stadium when they drafted him. So, Mike came into a disreputable situation. Part of the reason why Reinsdorf and them got such a good deal coming in, getting the Bulls, was because the reputation of the organization was pretty low at that time. And this how low the Bulls were. When Mike arrived to Chicago, they didn't even send nobody to come get him. Dude had to catch a cab to get to where he had to go. And the guy who who picked him up, I think he ended up hiring him as his driver for most or all his time, um, that he was in Chicago. But he'd never been to Chicago before. That's the kind of organization the Bulls were. He'd never been to Chicago before. He was the third player picked in the draft, and they made no arrangements to get this guy when he arrived in town. Never been to the city before.
That sounds
That's
crazy.
what the Bulls organization was prior to Michael Jeffrey Jordan. That was the Bulls organization.
Yeah, now that's that's crazy. All right, but I'm gonna say y'all. But see, this is the thing, and this is how I look. This is how black men have to look at the black community. You got to see where we are, and you got to decide to make it better. And when you make something better, you got to establish some sort of rules, some sort of plan, some sort of situation, and you got to make it concrete where people understand what part they're supposed to play. Now, there's a lot of black women who are trying to play a part that has nothing to do with us as black men. And I'm going to say a lot because of how y'all were socialized as children, y'all will let them be in a position that they're not supposed to be in. Because people, I don't want to belong to this community anymore. To say that as a black man means you don't understand your place. You can't be in somebody else's community. That's just not how it works. When you're a man, you are the community that you belong to, period. And the only way for you to not belong to that community is you literally have to die. There ain't no getting around it. Nobody went to another community as a man and was accepted that they're part of us now. I ain't saying people won't let you live where you live around them or something like that, but nobody sees you. And you truly don't even see it yourself because your subconscious rules you. You can't be somebody else. You can only be who you are. Yes, women can go to other communities and they can belong to a different community. It's always been that way. They've always been accepted that way. Okay? You can argue about it all day long, but history is what history is. As a man, you can live amongst another group. As a woman, you can become another group. That's just the way it is. So when men had this thing about I'm going to leave the black community, you sound like a cokehead yourself when you think about it. You sound like a cokehead. You need to put it down and start dealing with the truth. If you want your community to be viewed better, you're going to have to start fixing it yourself. Stop waiting on the next person to fix it for you. Just start fixing it yourself the way you can, and don't worry about what you can't do, because somebody will always launch something at you that's something that you can't do. And my thing is, a lot of us, we let that bother us, which I believe is why we carry this guilt that we were taught to have when we was children. I don't carry guilt for things I cannot do. It's not my realm. Somebody else is supposed to do it. Somebody who's better positioned is supposed to do the thing that I can't do. Now, when I become good enough to do it, I'll do it. But until I'm there, I ain't worried about it. It don't even register to me. Okay? It don't register to me. And I think a lot of black men need to learn to be that way. And maybe that's just part of me being the ruthless nice guy. I don't believe I'm supposed to fix everything for everybody at all times. I fix what I can when I can according to my schedule, not your schedule. But Kevin then came back. So I don't know if he came back for the conversation or maybe he feel like Black Guru called him out. We're going to see in a second.
Oh no, Black Guru ain't called me out, man. I enjoy, man. I love Black Guru, man. I love it. The only thing I was gonna add, but when Black Guru started speaking, I be quiet, boss. I be quiet. Only thing I was gonna add was that as men, we need to become more marriage minded in the Black community. Um, we can't wait for the ladies to get on board. We just got to go with the ladies that are already on board with us and go forward. So I agree that as men, we need to bear responsibility. I know the ladies think we are gonna put it all on them, but I think we bear the responsibility to become leaders in the community, to move forward, and to be productive. It is our burden of our masculine burden of performance to be productive in the community. I ain't looking for a woman to be productive. The only thing I need her to do is produce the seed that I put inside of her and to follow my instruction at that point, and we will be successful as a family unit. And the more families that we have, the better our community is going to be. So I need the brothers, man, to get on board with being marriage minded. So that was the only other thing that I was gonna add. But man, I love Guru, man. Guru right when he wrong, man. I'm with Guru.
No, well, I'm glad you made the point about the importance of of black men marrying. I'm glad you made the point of importance about black men marriage. That's why, if you recall, I started my discussion today talking about how marriage affected me and how it affected how people viewed me and treated me. Because
Yes,
there
sir.
is an esteem to being married. There's a sort of, view of rites of passage, of maturing, of creating a foundation for things and being a part of a building of a community, which includes homes, children, schools, that sort of thing. Or at least that's what it used to be. We can debate whether we're going to continue in that direction, but that's where it used to be. Um, and so that was an important part of the formula of a man. Now, I know there's a lot of debates about whether you should get married and does a man have to get married and whatever. And in an environment in which there are legal peculiarities associated with such, I support, black men in particular being especially cautious about, well, whether they marry, whom they marry, when they marry, etc. I think those are things that you have to be mindful of. I would not criticize any brother who was hesitant, cautious, mindful of all of that. But it's not a coincidence, that every king has a queen, every man of any real prestige or ascendancy in almost any community, any race, Asian, black, African, whatever. At some point, there's a commitment to a woman or creation of a home, uh, contributing to a neighborhood, a community, a village, I guess, city, society, country, that sort of thing. So um, it'll be interesting to see with so few men who are married, what will be the long-term implications of that. I think we have seen that, I guess, over the last 40 years, and the gap is increasing. Uh, the the returns are not good.
I, I'm in agreement with you, Guru. In my family, there's a lot of men that are married and doing well. And when you get married, the men kind of embrace you, kind of like in a country club type way, and start talking to you about wealth management, and, managing your 401ks, your IRAs, and how do you build wealth. Start talking to you about home ownership. Start talking to you about family building and getting ready for college tuitions if you're going to decide to send your kids to college and things like that. Like I did see as well when I got married that the men in my family did treat me in a way that I had never seen before. It was almost like they were saying, "Okay, you finally grew up. You finally accepted the
Yeah,
responsibility of a
you
man."
you 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 have ascended to a different level, different status in the family, different status in the
Hmm.
community. Because when people know that you are that someone else is dependent on you, or other people are dependent on you, and you got to show up, and you can't necessarily be as, not reckless, but a little less cautious about some decisions you make, some of the places you go, some of the ways you spend your money. It gives them a heightened assurance of what to expect from you,
Yes.
and the responsibility that you have willfully assumed upon yourself. So, uh, but you should not assume that duty frivolously. And sadly, to marry specifically within the Black community, unfortunately, marrying can be a somewhat frivolous pursuit because of the exorbitant family breakups and all the out of wedlock children. There's so many black women have children out of wedlock, so there's going to be a heightened chance that a woman that you might want to be with already has children. So those things all eat away at how beneficial the institution could be to and for men. And that's why the dilemma of going elsewhere or getting women from elsewhere, it heightens in prevalence because the decision is either at a certain point for a wise man to either continue to go it alone or to go elsewhere.
Yep. It also helps you in corporate America if you're in that realm as well. You can't. They don't trust you with a certain amount of responsibility within certain companies if you have not assumed the responsibility of husbandry at home, and it's also that way in the government.
Yeah, government, politics,
And it's
the academy. There's certainly certain positions you're trying to ascend to in academia. They're going to expect you to be married. Certain positions that you try to ascend to, certainly politics, you're running for office. If you run for office and you are, let's say, 30 plus, and you ain't got a wife, people are going to assume you're gay because the expectation is for you to be married. That this is a job that requires you to be married and have one kid and two on the way, kids and one on the way. So
Yeah.
if you're not, just certain things just come with that. And while we can judge the women for not being married, there is a certain level where I think amongst black men you have to figure out, okay, what is going to be my lineage? What am I going to be able to promote or project into the future? Yeah, I might be able to create some other legacy in business or politics or whatever, but it's something about having children that can really can make concrete your efforts. Having children will sometimes help you to really kind of humanize why you're doing what you're doing. If you're trying to do something, trying to build a business, you're trying to fight against injustice or whatever, a lot of times it's a lot easier to fight that fight when you're doing it for your kids or maybe your grandkids, your future grandkids, or whatever.
Mm-hmm. And realistically, other people want to know you're invested. And that's what comes down to it. You know what I'm saying? Other people want to know that you're invested because I'm the Roger Report. I'm single, no kids. People will respect that to a certain level, but then you're gonna always have people who say, "Well, is he truly invested?" And to me, that's I get it. People gonna do it. I ain't even tripping about it. You know what I'm saying? It's a legitimate question at the end of the day. But in order for other people to see things the correct way, we have to present things the correct way as men. And as men, we have to accept that there's some people who just ain't got no papers. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying we go around asking people at random, let me see your papers, but you got to see if they got papers or not. You either with us or you're not with us. But I got these other guests that then came in, so let me let them get the mic. We got the Ivy Leaguer. Today he is Jungle Fever. You got it. Then I'm gonna let Truth Teller get in right behind you. Jungle Fever, go ahead, brother.
No, I'll let Truth Teller go first, so because he keeps interrupting me. So let that nigga go first.
I ain't even played that.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
It's Friday. It is Friday.
There's no hesitation on the triggers today.
God damn.
I'm gonna go slow nigga steez today. Everything y'all said about marriage is, yeah, I completely agree with you, but I need to dumb it down for niggas like me. Reason why we don't trust none of y'all niggas until y'all get married, because y'all niggas ain't get put on yet. You ain't take the walk of faith. You ain't walk out into these streets with a nigga full of hammers in their hand, and you ain't got no hammer. We don't trust y'all niggas because y'all ain't do what y'all need to do yet. So until y'all do, that's when we can start giving you some coveted advice that'll help y'all walk through these streets a little bit more safely. Uh, I will say this. I think currently right now, men, more specifically black men, take marriage far too seriously currently. Because you got a lot of young brothers marrying chicks they have no business marrying. And yeah, we've been trained that way. Most men, if you talk to them about, if you hear somebody say, I'm about to get married, I got my girlfriend, and you ask them, well, how you vetting her for the next step? Them niggas look at you like deers in the headlights. They don't even know what you're talking about. Vetting her, she looked good. That's pretty much as far as any, and I mean adult men. I don't even mean teenagers, kids, young adults. I mean men in their 30s, some men in their 40s. Yeah, she real pretty. She come from a good family. Why is her family good? Well, her mother and father together. What the hell does that mean? That don't mean much during these days because it depends on who her mother was and who her father was, right? How much time did you spend with them? Nah, I just seen them once or twice, so you don't know how their family really work. No, they together. So I think we basically jumping into this bottomless well blindfolded, and we don't realize ain't no water in there. And that's what's happening now. We're taking it too seriously, and we're putting more weight on faith versus what we should be doing, which is fact. And I think young men are starting to pull back from that, which is why marriage has been dying, for the last 30, 40, 50 years. I don't think it's going to get any better because the chicks ain't going to get no better. And it looks like it's getting worse outside the United States. So it's going to be a struggle trying to go out there to find one too. So good luck, fellas.
Yeah, those
Very
those are
well
all
said, sir.
valid. Well, yeah,
Oh,
those are
go ahead, go
all
ahead.
valid. But I don't want to hold up Jungle Fever. So
So before I give my opening, I want to be clear. So we're saying that proof of you belong. So proof of being belong is that you need to be married. Do I got that right?
That's yeah. If for a woman, yeah, she got to be married to a respectable, productive black man who is functional
I got you.
and believes in black men's leadership. Or as a
Okay.
child, you must live in a home.
All right. Well, that's crazy because children have no say so how they're born. But okay.
Yeah, tough. Life ain't
So
fair.
okay, fair enough. So, but what about so black men on the same account must also be married to belong, right? So
No, they
single
they
black
have to
men.
they have to become men who are respectable, productive, functional, and believe in black men's leadership. You got to have all four.
Okay.
well,
So
well,
so
but to let me let me clarify. I mean, look, there are certain things that certain ways that men, particularly of a certain status, a certain esteem, will judge men based on their marital status. They think
well, I'm
issues
just
regarding
trying to get
discipline.
the baseline. I'm just trying to get the
He's
baseline.
Well, I mean,
slick.
I'm
He
attempting
tried to cake.
to, I'm trying to provide some nuance to the discussion because while I agree with Roger, a man's individual deeds ultimately, present what he actually is, what he's actually achieved. People at a certain point in life, when you're trying to do certain things, when you're trying to assume certain responsibilities, your marital status will be. There's a reason why every president, I guess, or certainly almost every United States president was married when he went into office. That's not a coincidence. You know, so I mean, there is something that comes with the institution of marriage, certain expectation, criteria, perceptions of discipline and responsibility. Whether you are actually such, time may tell. But there's a reason why. There's a reason why Trump, although they repeatedly fail, why Trump continue. Trump could have just stayed. Trump could have just stayed single, billionaire, whatever. There's a reason why he made a point to remarry and then remarry and then remarry. There's a reason for that.
Well, all right. So I'm gonna give my opening, and this is why I highlighted Jungle Fever, because at the end of the day, let me first of all, if we want to say a community and then have your own rules, okay, cool. But when we're talking about the black community, we're leading with ethnicity first, shared heritage. And unfortunately, black women are always going to be a part of the quote unquote black community because we're mentioning ethnicity first. Now, if you want to say some other type of community, whatever, okay, fine. But the thing about it is, it's just that in this kind of situation, we're advocating for the disillusion. You're advocating to dissolve your heritage and race, because each year you're marrying non-black ethnic women. Each year you're getting a diluted version of yourself. Great example would be Klay Thompson, Steph Curry. Another
Tiger
examples would
Woods.
be the Aboriginal, Tiger Woods, etc. Right? So as you keep participating in jungle fever behavior, this is what we're doing. And see, this kind of talk is dangerous. Now I know the pushback is going to be uncomfortable with black male leadership. No, that couldn't be furthest from the point. Because at the end of the day, you need a black woman to make sure that your offspring look like you. Right? Look like you. Steph Curry children do not look like Dale. They just don't. And at the end of the day, right, we can either have what Public Enemy called the Black Planet. Shout out to Terminator X, greatest DJ ever live, and Flavor Flav, or right, Terrified of the Black Planet, or we can have what was being brought here on the table today, right? The rise of the buffer class, because that's all we're doing, gentlemen, is the buffer class. These are tactics that have been tried and true and passed down from generation to generation. All we're doing is creating the new divine nine, where AKAs are put in their skin next to paper bag tests, and the house niggas getting more goodie bag. This is dangerous, fellas. Now you gonna push back talking about black men uncomfortable? No. I'm with Public Enemy, the Black Planet, where the world was black at one time. So, and I'll rest there.
Roger, he tried to kick you out of the community. I seen it. I seen it.
Can I?
He came.
Can
He
I?
came in hot.
I seen it, y'all,
He,
but I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this right here to clear
Power
all
to the
that
people.
up. At no point did I say you should marry a black woman. So all that is came through his head. I never said don't marry a black woman at all.
that is true.
Nah,
I,
he
I,
asked.
I never
He, he
I
asked.
never
He
said I
he
never
asked if
said it.
men
But
needed to
I
be
know I
married
never
to be in the
said it. My
community.
point.
He was finna kick you
My
out the
point.
community, bro.
No. My point.
He
My
trying to
point.
go after Roger.
He
My
tried to kick
point is
Roger out.
that
I
at the
seen
same
it.
time,
I'm on
my
this
point
nigga
is
today.
that black women, if we're talking about the black community, whether married or not, she is part of the black community. Now, if you want to name it something else, fine. But when you have black there, denoting ethnicity, she's there. She's there by heritage. She's there by birthright.
and
Can I go?
I'm gonna
Can
say
I
that's
go, Roger?
completely wrong. Go ahead, True. But after you, let me get
Yeah,
champion.
yeah.
Champion came up. Go ahead.
I'll make it quick. I don't know what the hell he was just talking about. I just looked at a picture of Steph Curry and Del Curry, and them niggas is both light skinned niggas. And Steph Curry got nappier hair than Del. I don't know what he's talking about. And they're
You
called
see, you
black
see, you see
in
that
this
right there.
country.
I
So
said
I
Steph
don't know what this
Curry.
nigga's talking about.
I said.
I don't know what he's talking about.
I said. You see how niggas be. You see how niggas be. I
I mean,
said
you
that
made the
Steph
point.
I said Steph Curry's children don't look like Del Curry. I said the grandsons and the granddaughters don't look like grandpa. That's what I said.
Have
Not
you
Steph
looked at
Curry.
a picture of Steph Curry and Del Curry? Maybe you should.
Hey, nigga, are you deaf? I said the grandchildren and grandfather don't look alike.
What do you mean? That's anybody.
But the grandchildren look like Steph.
Come on,
Right.
His
bro.
children
It's
look like him. In fact,
Come on,
No,
his
the
bro.
children
grand
look
like
more
if
like
you
him
look
than they do their mama.
if they look look those like if
I mean,
you look at me, if you
look
look
at
at
a picture of those children. Look at a picture of those children. They look more like him than they do her.
they
they
do
look
not look
exactly like him, and he looked like his mama. So I mean,
they do
yeah.
not look like the grandfather. If you see pictures of me and my cousins, we look like our grandfathers.
Gotcha. Quick question. They don't look like their grandfather. Do they look like their father?
That's not the point. The point is you
Well,
diluting
I'm
every
going
second.
somewhere. I'm
No,
going somewhere with it. If
I
they,
don't want to go where you're going. I don't want to go where
I
you're
know,
going.
That's
because it'll make you
that's
look
that,
wrong.
that's the closest you gonna get to him saying, you know what, nigga, you right. You right, nigga.
Well, you
No,
know what?
because he going round about something. Truth teller
Nah,
likes to make points that I'm not making. That's why
nah.
he likes to
my
make
Let,
grand
points.
let,
my grandfather got 24 grandkids. You think all 24 grandkids look like my grandfather?
That
Yes.
You
nigga,
crazy
that
nigga.
that
You
that
crazy.
nigga still trying to defend Brian McKnight's ex-wife up here. That nigga still trying to win that argument, nigga.
Nobody's defending his wife. Now
uh,
nobody.
okay,
Now there nigga.
let me get a mic to Champ and let's square this back up, okay? Champ,
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Champ, you got the mic, brother.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
We hear you
Yes,
now, brother. We
sir.
hear you now.
Yeah, we
Okay,
got
good,
you.
good, good. Happy Friday. First of all, happy Friday. I can tell the weekend and everything. I can tell the weekend's coming and everything else. But anyway, let me just say this. I think we're gonna before you get married, you to your significant other, you have to do a deep dive on her mental on her mental health, in my opinion, because when we talk about Steph, we've been talking about um, the former president Obama and a lot of these women who go up on these podcasts talking about, I wish I would have done that, I wish I would have done this, and everything else. When I hear that type of stuff, it just makes men don't want to get married at all, and sadly, it makes black men don't want to get married to black women because of that and everything else. And Steph Curry's, the Michelle Obamas and everything else. And I'm not trying to make an excuse out of it and everything else. I will definitely black fit. If you finding yourself a nice looking sister and everything else, go right ahead, knock yourself out. But be careful though, because some of these ladies, they can say one thing, and it's not just black women too, white women, Asian, whatever. They can say one thing, say that they love you and everything else, but then behind closed doors, if you're very successful, you got the money and everything else, you just need to be careful for the possibility that that lady might have some issues, some might be envious towards you when it comes of your success. A lot of black women have been taught and been trained that you're strong, you don't need no man and everything else until you're over the age of 35 plus and everything else. And then by the time you're 35 years or older and everything else, you're wondering why hasn't a man come to me and everything else. Well, it's because of your mother and everything else telling you some of the stuff that is untrue. And then also, you've been listening to the Gernocracy, Talking Points, highly toxic feminist talking points. That's really, done a lot of damage to a lot of black women and everything else. So, in my opinion, I think that whenever you're in a relationship with your woman, take your time, study her, study her actions, study her behavior, her mood, how she's feeling, and everything else. If she's in a not in a good mood and everything else, when you ask her questions and everything, if she says something like, "I need somebody to fulfill my needs," that's a sign that that's not the woman you should be with at all. I should know that because I was in a 4-year relationship and everything else, and I was with a woman who had a mindset of a woman that's just that sometimes was either out of there and everything else, had mood swing issues and everything else. And while I was disappointed that we didn't get married and everything else, at the end of the day, I look back 3 years later, I said to myself, I'm glad I didn't get married to her because she had a lot of issues and everything. She had a lot of weight issues as well too. So it is what it is. I'm just telling you all men, if you're
Uh,
listening,
okay,
please study the woman's behavior. Study her behavior, study your
now
habits and everything
we're
else.
gonna land. We're gonna land
I'm gonna
your
land my
plane
plane
there
there.
because 2 minute opening statements, y'all. We getting 2 minutes, and Shark Sims has come up. So Shark, you can go right into it, brother.
Yo, how y'all doing? Happy Friday, fellas.
Good to have you, brother.
Um,
Can you mind hear me?
yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, we hear you fine.
I can start my statement, Raj.
Yeah, yeah.
Sure.
Go ahead. Go
You
ahead.
started the clock.
Yeah, go. I started when y'all started talking. Actually,
Oh
go ahead.
shit, that took some. All right,
No. When you nah, I'm saying you ain't made it yet. Go ahead.
all right. Well, first of all, I want to say the delusion is still prevalent, fellas. We sound like a basketball team with 2 minutes on it, with no a minute on the clock, and we down by 60. And we talking about we can do it. We can do it. The first way to win the next game is to understand how you lost the last game. It's checkmate. That new race of people that they made called African Americans that was so savvy, so brilliant, and all of this other stuff that we literally were. They have knocked that off of the board. Now we have a team still. Black men are just gonna have to reproduce with other people, and if you might find a female straggler here, a black female straggler here or there, it's going to happen. But this delusion of you marriage, and then the illest part is women don't even value marriage anymore. So you're going to hang yourself up on something that's not even valued in the world. We're in America. It's not valued in America anymore. Women don't even want to have children, and y'all talking about legacies and stuff like that. It's checkmate. Just get your money, have fun, get your hobbies up. You know what I mean? If you got nieces and nephews, to the brothers who already got married and all that, I definitely give y'all shout outs and say y'all lucky dudes, and I hope it stay where it's at. But for the rest of us, for me, Roger, everyone else that's single, good black men, is checkmate. That's a loss. Legacies is done. You probably might get 2 more generations out of this race of African American, and it's a wrap. Sorry to tell y'all that. I land the plane right there.
Okay, appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it. Now, my thing is, look,
You guys hear
who's
me?
that? Go ahead.
Yeah, you
Okay,
guys.
go ahead. Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
Yeah.
I think Shark and Jungle Fever kind of highlight the dilemma of marriage and mating today, and that is the question of maintaining this fantasy at this point of being or remaining African American with the stone cold sober reality of all the risk, all the extra cost associated with attempting to do such. And to kind of address what Jungle Fever was saying, look, look, we all are a product of quote those people, the men and the women. We came from them, they came from us. So yeah, at a certain critical point, beyond a certain threshold, we're no longer what we were. We're no longer at a certain point. We're no longer Michael Jordan. We're no longer. I'm just using them to emphasize a point. At a certain point, we're no longer Michael Jackson or Mike Tyson. You know, we're no longer Cool G Rap. Or Rakim. Yeah, yeah. At a certain threshold, of going out, we're no longer those people, and that's a real dilemma, and it has got to be considered by the decisions you make or don't make. Now, but what I would ask you, Shark, is would I rather be some mix of Michael Jackson and Jet Li, just to, again, to use a popular example, or would I just rather not exist at all?
Now, you want me to answer or you finish? No, I don't want to cut you off
Yeah,
or not.
yeah. Please.
This is what I'm trying to tell you, Uru. It's like hip hop. Now you have Indians with their pants hanging off their ass. Now you have Italians with their pants hanging off their ass. Now you
You
got
a Queens
Chinese with their
nigga.
pants hanging off their ass. Yo, the shit has Uru. The shit has leaked into everybody's water bottle. The Chinese girls is talking about they don't want to have babies. The Belizean women is talking about they don't want to have babies. This American culture that is why you think they shipping in 30 million immigrants? Because we ain't making no babies no more. Smart people. I remember I watched this movie Idiocracy. I don't know if y'all seen it. And it had a part in the beginning when it was talking about how the dumb people have mad kids while the smart people, it was a smart couple, and they were just getting older, and they was talking about, well, we were saving up, then they get like 30, and yeah, we just want to make sure we have a nice house, then they get like 40, and they was like, yeah, her eggs don't work no more.
So can I answer that, Black Guru, if you don't mind?
Go
Well,
ahead, brother.
before no, hold on. Before you do, were you finished, Shark? Because I think I didn't quite get how your analogy kind of came to what it. You're saying that rather it's better off we're be extinct rather than becoming an idiocracy. Is that your argument?
No,
Or
I'm
I
saying that
don't.
the Chinese girl that you might want to, like you said, Jet Li. The Chinese girl is worried about her career more than she's worried about having babies and getting married. So by the time she gets that career and she's on top, she's 40 years old with no eggs. The Puerto Rican girl,
Well,
she's on the same thing.
there.
The white
Hold
girl's on the
on.
same thing.
But hold on. Hold on. There are probably about 3 billion or more adult females on this planet right now. Probably close to
I,
four or whatever.
I
Yeah,
understand that, but
and
everybody don't
I'm
have the
just
money
saying.
to
I
travel
mean,
all
to a
over the
certain.
world, Uru. Everybody don't have
But
that kind of money to travel
I
over the world and meet
I
a
think you
female. So
I think you have I think you have to decide what's important to you and what's important for your survival as an individual man, but then also as a species. Now you can decide to become extinct if you want to. Other species and other groups of human beings have done that. So if you don't consider it worth your attempting to continue to live somewhere else on the planet, some part of with some damn Aboriginal woman or some Polynesian woman in Polynesia or whatever you don't think is worth it, then try. So be it. But I'm just saying there are plenty of options on this earth for a man who has the will to pursue them. Now, if you don't have the will to pursue them, then that's a choice too.
but you can't make a woman do something she don't want to do. And that's what I'm
No,
trying
no,
to tell you. This
he's
feminist
not
thing
talking
is
about
leaking off
American
of
women.
American soil now.
he's not talking about American women. He's just saying in general. But I would love to ask the question. So, like, if you don't mind asking me the question, please, for dramatic effect.
Well, the question is the reconciliation of the dilemma of the great trouble it is to maintain, this what we have been as African American people, and that's why I use Michael Jackson, whatever. Michael came from Catherine and from Joe, those people, right? Well,
Right.
but now if you look at the Michael Jackson family or the people that came later, they don't
Right.
even look
Well,
like
can I ask a
people.
question?
So,
Can I ask a
You
question?
know,
Can I ask a
hold
question?
on,
Well,
hold on,
no,
hold
hold
on.
on,
Now,
hold on.
now,
Homo, you got
no,
next. You
brother.
got next.
Okay.
I'm trying to address the reconciliation of the fact that it is becoming almost impossible even to replicate that or maintain that here as things currently prevail versus I agree at a certain point, usually past a couple of generations, we're going to be gone. You go get you an Asian woman and then you go to China and then maybe your kids have some Asian people. Then after a while, y'all just some slightly tanned Asian people who can't dance. I mean, it's a real
God
thing.
damn.
You know,
so I guess I'm not going to answer. I guess.
it's a real thing.
So can I?
Yeah.
Am I going to answer the question or no?
No, answer it.
No, please.
So what is the question exactly?
Nigga, he just
I'm saying which do you want? Do you want to either
no, chill, truth
do you
telling,
want
chill, truth
to
telling.
either do you want to recognize
That
the
wasn't
fact
me.
that we cannot be those people any longer because of the circumstances we're in versus you're right. If we continue to go the quote Steph Curry route at 2, 3, 4 generations from now,
Okay,
we're no
understand. Got it.
longer that anyway. Yeah.
Right. So this is the situation. It's the what is that in Star Trek? The Kubanaki, whatever.
Yeah.
What is it?
Maru, yeah.
The Kubanashi,
Kobayashi Maru or something like that.
the
Yeah.
Kaburachi movie, yeah, something like that. I
Yeah.
apologize to all the Star Trek people for butchering that. But here's the situation.
Yeah.
In both cases, you're going to go extinct. I mean, you brought up Michael Jackson, which is fantastic because Paris Jackson, by all accounts, appears white, right? By all accounts, and so in both situations, you go extinct, and that's my thing, and it just kind of seems that like if we are all powerful black men, and we want to be dominant, and we want to control things, right? Like, isn't that part of dominance is to create the world in your own image,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that's how. Brother, I did not interrupt you. All I'm saying is that powerful men want to mold the world in our own image, and when we do jungle fever behavior, right? Both ways you go extinct. So I think the answer to your question is, do I want to get my cock sucked while I'm going extinct, or do I want to preserve things in the ocean? I mean, that's just preference.
Okay. Well,
Can I respond? Because he's playing the devil's advocate, but
Nah,
his point
he
is
I'm not.
well, can I
not.
say something? I
he
did.
is. I'll prove it. I'll prove it
Truth teller,
because
I
his.
did.
truth teller. Ain't you a
Sorry.
married man? You probably been married at least 15 years, right?
Yep. More than
Do
that,
you
but yeah.
do you not in the you not outside hunting?
Tell the
What does
truth.
You
this
don't
discussion have to
understand.
do with outside hunting?
You don't
I'm.
understand. Deers don't come to the watering hole no more.
No. His point had nothing to do with outside hunting. His
Yes,
point
it
had to
does
do with.
because you guys are trying to tell
Let
men
me
who are
finish. Let me
outside
finish
hunting
talking.
that you
No,
should keep staying by the watering hole.
nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that.
I'm saying go to the
That
grocery store. Fuck all that.
I
Sorry,
hear
Roger.
you, but
Stop hunting.
he's telling you otherwise. He's actually countering what you're saying.
No, he's saying the same thing. He's saying either
No, he's
way.
not.
He's saying if you
He's
want to
not
hunt
saying
with
either
a
way.
gun or you want to hunt with a bow and arrow, it's
Hey,
still
that's what I'm
no.
saying. Hear me out. His whole point was don't go to the grocery store, stick with your own. That's his whole
No,
point.
no,
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 that ain't.
no, no,
It
no, no, no,
is.
no, no.
Let him tell
See,
you.
It
Let him
is.
tell you
You
what his
want to?
point is.
hold on. See, this is why
Let
I
him
can't
tell you what
stand
his
this
point is.
motherfucker. Because I clearly said it's preference. Do you want to
Yeah.
go out with
Get your
lotion
dick sucked.
in your hand, or do you want your dick sucked by another woman? That's what I said.
That's your
It's
last point. The
preference.
point the whole time you've been saying if you go to the grocery store, you're killing your own race. Am I wrong?
You're
I wouldn't
wrong.
say
Nigga, I'm
you're
listening to
wrong.
you.
I heard him too. I'm
I'm
just gonna throw it out there. I heard
yeah,
him
so
too.
why y'all
Hey,
niggas act like nobody can hear y'all? What's wrong
So
can I
with
what
y'all
was
niggas,
But
man?
can
I mean,
I
what was his
That's
No,
point?
we're
can
What
I
was
not
his
say
saying
point?
you're
something?
wrong.
Can I
What was
respond?
his final point?
that's
His
the
Can
final point
analogy.
was
That's the
can I
analogy I
respond?
heard.
Hey Roger, can I
That's the
respond?
analogy I heard.
hold on,
Well, hold on.
what's
Let me
go
clarify
ahead,
the
Tom.
analogy for the floor. Please allow me to clear. Look, in both situations, you're going to go and sing. It's just do you want moisturizer in your hand at night on Pornhub, or do you want Siaki Lee? Okay, there you go.
Give me
okay?
Okay,
Ling Ling so I can
look.
make a
Can I
Tiger
say something?
Woods.
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead,
We
Chef.
can I can I say, yeah.
Go ahead, Chef.
Listen. We're not going to be a pure race in the next maybe 20, 25 years down the road. Okay, especially here in America, which is why a lot of white folks here, when you go up there on some of these social medias that are owned by white supremacists, they're sitting up there screaming about how they don't like seeing their own people getting married outside their race. You especially hear white men talking about trying to protect their white women and everything else. And at the same time, you'll have black women sit up there saying we don't want black men with white men with white women and everything else. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it is what it is. In the next 20, 25 years, we're not going to be a pure race, especially here in America. Even if you bring in new white immigrants from Eastern Europe or Western Europe, they're going to find interest in the black man and everything else because they've been going through a lot of trauma behavior going on within their own families when they sit there seeing getting smacked around by their fathers and everything else, and they're just going to start rebelling and everything else, and be with the black man and everything else who can take care of them and everything else. And
And
when it
y'all
comes
have
to
women
black
police you
women,
and everything else.
have always wanted to be with white men and everything else. I mean,
I
we
think
can't
y'all
stop
missing the
that.
point though. You're
Oh
missing the
yeah,
point though. He's convulging multiple things into one description. He's taking ethnicity, he's taking lineage, and then he's taking race and putting them all together and calling it race.
I see
There is
why he don't
not
like you,
that.
truth teller. You be paying attention. That's why he don't like
Oh
you.
man, I'm
So
not.
just listen to me,
Well,
because
I'm not
and we don't have to
sure.
wait. We don't have to wait 25 years for our race not to be pure. We're not
Thank you.
pure now.
Thank you.
Thank
That's
you.
already it's already happened. So
I mean, I know
there's
it's already
no.
happened, but it's going to get
So,
even it's going to get
well,
it's
no,
going to
no.
get
What you
intense
what
the
you
next.
don't understand what you don't understand is that's called nature.
Yes, I know it's nature.
So
It's
then
nature.
so then there's really not a disagreement. Our culture is going to go by the wayside
Well,
whether we want it
look,
to or not. Even if
right,
we
Everybody's
right,
stuck.
culture is
and
going to
Well,
go
and
hold
by the
and
on. Right,
wayside
right. So
too.
then hear me out. Even if we stuck with our women, our so-called women, if we stuck with them for the next 1,000 years, our culture is not going to be the same. So I don't understand what the whole point of this portion of the conversation is, because it really is not saying anything. Why are
But
we even talking about it?
we talking about
Well,
bloodlines, not
You're
culture.
as long as you have kids and your kids have kids, you have a bloodline,
I
player.
Thank you.
I
But it's
do
not.
okay,
believe
but here's the thing.
the issue here is that a lot of black men don't recognize who their people are. I know who my people are. My people are the people who actually look out for me. Okay. Now I come from good enough family where I can say my people do happen to be black because there's few men who want me to do well in life. Okay, from a personal standpoint, led by my father, then my grandfather, my uncles, the men that they had me around when I was younger, my scoutmasters, certain preachers that I attended churches of, things like that. I know who my people are at the end of the day, but I also recognize who aren't my people. People who want to see me fall are not my people. I don't care what color they come in. I don't care what relationship they come in. They're not mine. I'm not trying to get something popping with people that ain't mine in the first place. My people belong. Again, if a woman gets married to a man who is productive, respectable, functioning, believe in black men's leadership, yes, I see her as my people. If she's not, I know she's not my people, because if she was my people, she would have proof. It's that simple at the end of the day. Now, I think y'all want to go into an argument of who our people are going to be in the future. Whoever shows up gonna be the people. At the end of the day, that's not something we can control. All I can do is take the will. I don't care what they look like in the future. It's that simple, because it's not up for me to control. If black women want to come, they can come. They've been invited. If they don't get on board, so what, man? Y'all, you know what? I'm gonna use a Bible reference. There's a thing called Noah's Ark, y'all. Everybody was
Yeah.
welcome. Only 8 people got on. It's that simple at the end of the day.
Yep.
I ain't know
Yeah,
Everybody thought it,
on
and
it.
everybody thought Noah was crazy.
I
But then when
think
the
to
flood
some
came,
degree,
it was too late.
I
What you say,
think
Hey,
Uru?
I
Roger,
think
Roger, can I
there's
get in?
a
But let Black Rule say his point, then you got it next.
well, I think part of the discussion here, I mean, we talking about bloodlines and whatever, but it's like Truth Teller said. I mean, there's been so much mixing amongst us. Any DNA in need test will reveal all kinds of interesting things about our racial makeup. Um, I think the issue is not just about race or even how we look. I think it's about the nostalgia towards what we are culturally and socially. You know, look, black people, we're accustomed to black folks looking all kinds of ways. We look at Steph Curry, and yeah, he's light skinned a bit with uh with with hazel eyes or whatever color eyes he has, but he represents himself as a black man. He is, you know, his certainly his father does. I mean, you know, he seems like a different looking, slightly black man. But we wouldn't have a problem with our relatives. We have relatives probably that look like Steph Curry, and we love them just as much as we do the darkest or the blackest amongst us. So I don't think it's just about the quote bloodline. I think it's like what we're going to be socially and culturally. And, you know, when I mention like Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan, you know, it's not just about the bloodline, it's about like the unique mixing of what we've been here and how it manifests in the uniqueness of what we are that no other group of people on the planet have or can replicate. I think that's what we fear losing, more so than what our eye color or our hair texture is, or even if maybe we speak a different language. It's that intangible magic of being an FBA that I think we lament and fear.
But I think
All right, hold on, real quick. Let me get Tunnel running in, because he hadn't had a chance to say nothing. And since we already done stopped, I'm gonna get perfect timing in right behind him. Go ahead, Tunnel runner.
Yeah, I was going to tell the brothers that I don't know if this is a colorist thing, because there are a whole continent full of black women. If you want somebody to look your color, because we're talking about Steph Curry and Michael Jackson, all that, you're talking about they have got lighter and lighter. So that's if you're saying you want somebody, you have to get with a darker sister. She don't have to be American. If you are the man, so the man carries the bloodline. So if you have a kid, that kid's gonna have your bloodline. But if you want to keep it black, or you want to keep it dark, I should say, so not even black, you want to keep it dark, you have to go where dark people are. And you can bring those dark people over here, and you will have dark kids.
Well said. Okay, well, let's give it the perfect timing.
Salute, everybody. Are we talking about the gambling? Or are we talking about white pussy? Which one we talking about?
A little of both.
we we gambling. We gambling on white pussy,
I'm
man. We
not sure you
gambling
can.
on white
I'm
pussy.
not sure. Hey, perfect. I'm not sure you can talk about one without talking about the other. Because you be gambling when you in that stuff.
When you in that
You
right.
be gambling.
That's definitely a gamble.
I
It's
think the
definitely a gamble.
I think the argument is it's a gamble going the other way, right? I think that's what the argument is.
Mm.
But I would say to
No,
everybody,
that's valid too.
yeah. But I would say if we're concerned, this is not like I like what True Teller and the brothers were saying about nature, and this is not only happening to us.
Thank you.
Demographically, this is not only happening to us in Russia and China because of their child policy. This is something that's a global happening, and because of the baby boomers are the largest generation ever that has been and will be. Yeah, everything will look different, very different. So I'm not so much worried about the complexion, right? I don't think that's the proper concern is the complexion, right? And then like the other day somebody said east is west, north is south. We live in this world where they make us think there's more white people than there are melanated people, and I don't think there are more white people than there are melanated people. There happen to be more white people in America, but globally, if you look at the continent's actual size, I don't know for a fact. I was just looking it up, but
White people are 10% of the global population.
white people are only 10%.
Yeah.
Yes, of the global
Yes.
Yeah,
population.
they ain't got the numbers, bro. They just ain't got the numbers.
So I don't think we need to worry about complexion. I say we need to have sex with many white bitches as possible. And we keep
Don't
going,
breed them out.
they gonna be the ones brown. We gonna tan their kids out, and then when she died, all she got is brown kids, right? As many white women I have babies with, when she done, there's nothing left white when I'm done with her. Right? I'm still black and my kids are still brown, but that white woman is dead and gone. And she was only 10% to begin with. I say we can sex them out of existence. We're looking at it from the wrong perspective. Keep having sex with white women.
I'm
like
doing
this,
my
bro.
part.
I agree with you.
Like this,
I
bro.
agree with you, Timeless, but
See,
that's what I was trying to say. They have created a culture where women don't even want to have kids anymore.
So here's the situation, right? When we look at history, the Moors used to run Europe, Spain, Portugal, England, Ireland. That's why the Jamaicans and Irelands and the Irish sound the same, right?
Yep.
Because Jamaicans are originally Irish. That's why they sound the same. So again, when we have the right information, we know that places like Singapore used to be black, but now they're Asian. Black people have been sexed out of existence. Irish have been sexed out of existence. The Black Brits, the Bretonians were sexed out of existence. Black Singaporeans were sexed out of existence by the Chinese. Chinese would send hundreds of thousands of prostitutes to Singapore, and every generation would get closer and closer to Asia. So now they look like that, right? So when we know the proper history, we can see that this again, this is disinformation, and these are plays that have been running forever. Nothing new under the sun. So that's all I'm saying, gentlemen. And I'll pass the mic on.
I get
Oh,
what you're saying, but
and I want to make one other point, because again, truth teller talk about I'm mixing this and that. The word community means inclusive of heritage, ethnicity, social norms. So because the word community is there, that's why we're talking about so many different aspects. So if you don't know or don't understand what the
I
word
didn't hear
community,
race.
West,
Wait. True teller. Don't waste your ammunition on him. I got him. Don't worry about it. I
No
got him.
doubt, no doubt.
nigga, what's the
I got
dictionary?
him.
okay. Well,
Right. So my point is that while you Webster dictionary, right? And then unless you niggas had access to libraries, elite libraries, I don't want to hear it.
Why are you using the white man's dictionary?
Right, right.
No, you good.
I
I
almost
can't use
dropped
this
my
number.
phone.
I
I
can't use
almost
this
dropped
number.
my phone.
You know,
I can't
I
use this
almost dropped
number.
my phone.
jungle fever. As you all laugh, as you guys laugh, ironically, you are proving jungle fever to be true. This kind of conversation, this kind of laughter, this unique exchange amongst ADOS men. We've never met each other before. We're from
Right.
different parts of the country, different backgrounds across generations. But when we are together, there's an immediate kinship that is a product of our particular time here on this fucking United States of America, in the continental United States of America, across
All
generations
these
of
niggas,
people who at some
all
point
these
have been enslaved, had been Jim Crows, had been
niggas.
bluesed, had been jazzed, had been sharecropped. And it's a unique mixing of history. We saw it kind of somewhat artistically rendered in the recent movie Sinners, if you haven't seen the movie. Unique. That goes away once you start to go elsewhere after a few
Preach,
generations. And this
preach,
laughter and this ribbing and that goes away. That goes away.
preach.
And it now it maybe it's replaced with something as beautiful. I mean, who's know ultimately? I'm not God. You all are the religious folks, um, but we are not the same. And because we do value what we currently are, there it, it does bear lamenting that going away because we won't be the same. 2, 3 generations, we're not having these conversations. We're not the same men. We don't have the same feelings about each other. We're in these factions of tribes and whatever the hell other people are. We're from different tribes, but yet we're from different tribes of geography, of generation, of skin color, hair texture, all that kind of bullshit. But yet we're all one tribe of people across all of that. A couple of generations from now, you in South America, I'm in Asia, motherfucker over in Polynesia, whatever, 2, 3 generations. That's gone. That
It's
I
disappeared.
want to follow up. I want to follow up Guru when he's done.
say
Ain't
goodbye
no,
to
ain't no, yeah.
yesterday.
Well,
You
let me
ain't
say
right,
this.
man. You
It's
ain't
already
right.
happened. It's already happened.
Well,
Just so y'all know, it already happened.
all
It's
right.
over. That's why
What?
Soul Train was yesterday. It's been over for Pat. We in 2026. This shit
Okay.
ended in Y2K. It's over. It's 26 years ago this happened.
It's a
Okay. What?
Y2K.
Let's sing a song.
Okay.
Let's sing the sad song. Let's blow out the candles. Let's wake
If
up to
if
the
if it
reality.
if it were
It's
if it were over,
hard
perfect,
to
perfect,
say
perfect,
goodbye.
perfect. If it's
To
over,
yes. Oh.
then why are we here still talking?
We
I mean,
old.
if we are so
Oh,
different,
we
well,
reminiscing.
but I'm just
Shark is trying to tell
right.
us he out
You're
there
right.
hunting. It's over. It's over. Shark can't even get a baby. He up here a functional brother. He wants a child. He wants a wife, a family. And if he had the money, he couldn't afford it if he got it. Because the house we talked about 500. It's not the 500,000. It's how much it costs to borrow the money now. It costs more to borrow the money and how long to pay it off. It's over. Financially, it's over. Ethnically, it's over. Mentally, it's over. He gonna have to put the bitch in therapy. It's over.
Okay.
It,
Let me
And
get
they
in.
don't want to
Let me.
realize that
Hold
they
on.
want to
Let
live
me get in.
live
Let me
in
get in.
delusion.
Look. The thing is, uh, when I the conversation that I brought up don't mean that somebody of it does not mean black women were excluded. There's no way that I excluded the black woman. Now, if she excludes herself, that's her business, and can't none of you niggas do nothing about that. I didn't exclude her. I just said
See,
prove
Let's
you
clap, bro.
belong.
Let's clap. Let's clap. Let's clap. Let's
no,
clap.
no, no,
Oh,
no, no, Roger,
let's
Roger.
clap.
That's
No,
Let's
that's
no,
that's.
no, bro. I didn't
I gotta
exclude
call
her at all. Not one thing
Roger.
I said excluded her.
Roger, I gotta call foul on this. because when white people want to exclude black people, they never say black people, but they look at the characteristics, they look at the situation, and they put things in place to make it extremely hard for niggas to get it. But they
Hot
never
sauce.
say, "Oh, we
I
don't
didn't do that though. I didn't do
Hot
that.
sauce knows about black feminism. I call bullshit. Hot sauce know more than us about black feminism. Hot sauce, you know about black feminism.
Yes, you did, brother.
And hold on now. The only thing I talked about was a black man, and he not just any black man because he's black. I said he had to be respectable, productive, functional, and believe in black men's leadership. So that don't even include every black man. All the woman had to do was be married to one of them. That's all she had to do.
But Roger, statistically, you're excluding 70% of all black women in America.
All of them can get married to it. No. All of them can still get married. Ain't no law stopping them from getting married. They can go be what a man wants and get married if they want to.
That's
Roger, he feels guilty, man.
And on top of that, what Shark Sim says is they don't even want to get. They don't even want to
What
get
that got
married,
to
bro.
do with
But
me?
why do y'all care? Yeah,
What
why do y'all care what they want to do? Y'all niggas are weird.
What I'm saying to you is that you're saying that you're okay. For example, when I made the criteria for who's the GOAT and Kobe Bryant came up on top, you said that my criteria was false, and I created criteria to guarantee that Kobe comes on top. So what I'm saying to you today, my good brother from Chicago, you are making criteria that guarantees, because you're a smart man. You're making you're setting,
bro. I didn't go to Harvard.
Saying limitations. You're setting
He's on
limitations to guarantee that black women ain't making that list. That's what you're
You
doing.
realize that he only set one requirement for them. You realize that, right?
Whether it's one,
Y'all niggas
whether
crazy
it's
as
one,
me.
whether it's one
Me.
or 1,000,
You have
whether
one
it's
job.
one,
Hey,
whether
listen,
it's
let me-
one or 1,000, whether it's
let me
one
help
or
you.
1,000,
You have one job.
No, I'm not saying all that. I'm just saying he only set one requirement for them. So
Let me
why are you
help
going
you,
ham?
brothers. Let me help you brothers out. Man. I can help everybody here. Yesterday we talked about the culture of America and the way we have a stranglehold on the world with our culture. That's really what we was talking about yesterday, right? Now, to solve this whole issue, because we got some of us just don't want to let the black women go. During the slave trade, because we talk about FBA, because we're foundational black Americans and we're Adolf, descendants of slavery.
Yes.
Most of the slaves went to Brazil. You can go down there and get you one. There's plenty of black women down there. 400 million of them motherfuckers. They more black than we are. You can go over to the continent and go get you one.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing
Hold
wrong.
on.
Nothing wrong with that.
Hold on.
Or
They
you
not
go
more.
down to
They not more
in
black than
Fufu.
we are. Black is African Americans. That's the shit we.
Yeah,
I
No,
mean,
no,
that's
no,
what
no. I'm
we.
not talking about the
That's what they
political
might be
term.
dark.
I'm not talking
Darker
about
than
the
us.
political term.
So
I'm
hold on.
talking about ethnicity.
I
Cap.
understand what you're
So
saying.
this is what the
So they
problem is.
might be.
Y'all are confused.
They might.
So Jungle Fever has confused y'all with what his point was, because initially he brought in race and culture as one thing, and now y'all niggas is one person is arguing
So
culture, the next person is arguing race. This is not a fruitful discussion, y'all. We took it
that's
into a
why.
direction that won't
No,
accomplish anything. Can we
That's
but
go
hot
see,
back to the
sauce
listen.
topic?
bullshit,
Can
man.
we go
That's
back to the
that's
topic,
why
please?
that's why I'm tying it all in one thing. See, we're talking about American descendants of slaves. That's what
Thank you.
Hassel said. American descendants of slaves. Well, let's go back to the origin. The origin is Africa. Where did the slaves go? The slaves went into the slave trade. Most of the motherfuckers went to Brazil. Go get you one of them.
But I
Well,
agree.
we
Go to
could go to Brazil,
yeah.
but there are some you're playing a game of chance when you go down there with some of these ladies. There are beautiful
Well,
ladies.
and
You have to take
Y'all,
it.
but that's why I said earlier it wasn't just about It wasn't
Right.
just about, if you recall what I said, it wasn't
No,
just
I
about
agree.
skin color and
I
hair
agree with you,
texture,
Guru.
whatever. I,
I agree.
I
I agree with. Go ahead. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I mean, that's why I say I think it's really, I don't think it's really an issue about race as much as it is about culture
Exactly.
and socialization. I think that's really what it is, and you're not going to get our socialization. Michael Jackson didn't come from Brazil; he came from Gary, Indiana. And again, I'm using that as an example of emphasizing who we have been.
But
But why do we want to
Not
recreate
white
Gary,
people on.
Indiana?
No, that's not
Well,
what we're
it's not
saying.
that.
That's
Yeah,
not what
it's
we're
not the
saying.
same.
No, hold on. Let me address this question, because it gave us Michael Jackson and a
There
lot of
you go.
other wonderful
right.
people and a lot of other wonderful things. And
Right.
it's in trouble now. Yeah, it's in trouble now. Gary and Indiana gave us Janet Jackson, gave us
Right.
Jermaine Jackson.
What's
Okay.
his
You
name used to
know,
live there too?
so I mean,
What's
a
his
lot
name?
of wonderful things have come out
It,
of
it
Gary and
gave us.
him.
It gave us a little Toya as well. Now, don't forget that heifer.
Yeah, yeah,
Well,
but you know
well, it's
what?
a
But
cultural
I
loss,
will. Hey,
right?
bro, I will take 1,000 Latoya Jacksons if it's gonna get me a Michael Jackson.
Over a sexy red. I'll take her over
Well,
a
well
sexy
I,
red.
I'm gonna say when it comes down to when you look at the Jackson family and all the kids they have, you only got one Toya. So, to me, it's a good and informative. But again, my thing is, y'all, the people that's ours. If she belong to us, she'll take a ring. See, I think we get caught up in who gonna take this and who gonna take that. The truth is, if they belong, they got the ring. The people
Right.
who with us,
So,
they taking the ring. The people who
Roger,
hate us, they not taking the ring.
Roger. So I have a question.
I'm with Roger. I don't care what she look like, but for you
I got
brothers that's
wait,
belly aching about she got
wait,
to ethnically look right, go to
wait.
Brazil, go to
That's
No,
what
we're
I'm
not
Africa.
saying.
talking. We're
And
not
it
So
talking
all
what
about
we're
what
stopped
she
saying
in
got
Is
to
there
is,
any?
look
Is
like.
there
so well,
anybody
hold on.
wrong
What
with? Is
we're
there
saying,
anything wrong with
what we're
Janet?
saying, what we're saying is that because Janet Jackson doesn't have a ring. So what we're saying is that Janet Jackson is not a part of us. What we're saying is that Jill Scott, India Arie, Mary J. Blige, um,
They could have been got
uh,
married.
no.
Yeah, that's what.
What we're saying is they're not part of us, and
And,
they're not black culture,
hold
and
on.
That's right.
all of the artistry and music and all that's not a part of
No,
us. That's
no.
what we're
What?
saying.
No. What I'm saying is they don't belong to the community.
because they're not
Okay,
married.
because
Because
you
they're
because
not married.
you
Okay,
you
all
can
right, all right. So
you can
fair
you
fight.
can argue their blackness all day long. I just literally said something about if
No,
my
no. What I'm
mama.
not.
No. I'm just saying. I literally said earlier about what if my mama needs some help and ain't nobody gonna help her because she's not married. That just come with the territory of being a
So
divorced woman.
okay.
It
So
is
I'm
what it
asking
is.
a clear, direct question. So the community is called the black community, correct?
The new
So
black community. The new
the new
black
black
community.
community, okay, whatever you want to call it. So Janet Jackson, India Arie, Lauryn Hill from the Fugees, Mary J. Blige, perennial all
Them
world
baby mama cultures, baby mamas.
Hall of Fame singer Diana Ross,
I
Hall of Fame
already
singer.
said Oprah. Ain't
Well,
nobody gonna get too bigger than her.
you said your
Come
mama.
on.
He said his
Right.
mama. So keep
My
naming
point.
names. They all out the community.
Well, let me finish. Please let me finish without interruption. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So at the end of the day, we're saying that they're not a part of this community and their works of arts and all of that is not attributed to the community.
Yes.
Correct. Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
Yes.
mean, it's not
Correct.
attributed to the community now. Tell you the
You know,
truth.
And hot sauce.
Listen.
This is the hot sauce. And you know these social norms are not unique to what Roger has presented this morning. And you live in the Eastern society, so you know these social norms
no one,
exist.
I don't know any Asian that would disavow their version of Janet Jackson. Like
I
No,
Coco
said,
Lee,
if the order
Coco Lee one
hold
died.
on, hold
No,
on,
no,
because
no, no,
there's
no,
he
please.
missed, he doing it on
no,
purpose.
no, my thing.
He
No,
doing
I know
it.
he's doing it on
No,
purpose. And the thing is,
wait. Coco Lee one is a Chinese artist who sung the The theme song for Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, an international movie success hit. She died unmarried, died in cocaine, she died of suicide, and she died in America. And the Chinese still claims her as their own.
Okay, and that's fine. But this is the thing. Hold on, y'all, because my thing is I'm gonna deconflate stuff that people want to conflate. A piece of art is not a community. A record is not a community.
I never said it was.
A song is not a community. Okay,
nobody's making those points.
No, people bring stuff into the world. The product you bring into the world is not a community. Is that and what you're saying? You're just talking about stuff people brought into the world at the end of the day. That's not a community.
See, this is the thing. Let me educate you, brothers, in a second.
Oh my God!
So here's the
situation.
What
do we do? It's Friday.
Here's the situation. When you're talking about these great people that have made great achievements, it attributes, and I'm going to use this word just to piss off Perfect Timing.
I'm going to reply to this when he's done. I'm going to reply. Go ahead.
These women have brought honor. Brought honor. Brought honor. They have brought honor. And to say and to say that we're going to disavow them.
I
got him. Let him keep rolling. I got him. Go ahead.
He's confusing culture with community.
No. I'm not highlighting as this music as a piece of culture. What I'm saying to you is disavowing these people who have made excellent strides and made amazing achievements. We're going to discredit the people.
See that? God choking you. You won't listen. God choking you.
We're going to discredit the people.
He literally choked on his own words.
We're gonna discredit the people who achieve these great things. I'm not talking about the work. I'm talking about the people. Black Guru, please talk to these niggas.
No. Before Black Guru go, listen. This is what he's doing. He's got the same argument these black women got. I got a good job. I got a house. I got a PhD. That make me a worthy woman. Hell no. Where your husband at?
It brings honor to your race, asshole.
No,
okay, but this is in the black community.
She unmarried. Baby mama. This is the gynocracy coming out of him. He can't hold it in.
You said it brings honor to your race. God
that mother got a silk chip in overdrive today. Bro, these women, you are putting women's accomplishments in front of us and saying we're supposed to accept them because of their accomplishment. Not because they are willing to submit to a black man, but because they own stuff, they got stuff, they making good money.
Something supersedes submission to the black man.
Nothing supersedes submission to a black man in the community. Nothing.
I think you get roasted
today. I have officially got off the train on that I was riding with you to that point.
Okay. Hold on.
This is my stop right here.
So hold on.
Yeah.
We're going to reverse a little bit. What I'm saying is this. I'm going to reverse a little bit because we need Uru on the board. What I'm saying to you is that we don't want to be so cavalier and throw away our great accomplishments. Can you agree with that, Uru?
Yeah, look, I do think that it is a complex issue of how do you separate, how do you prioritize or separate the good and the bad that has come from the bad and the good amongst us, and that you cannot as easily separate, let's say, a great man. Like, let's say if a man was a great man, but he came from a single mother, just for example, a great black man, but he came from a single mother, but she was a good single mother. Like, for example, the brother who was a great surgeon, what's his name, became a politician.
Ben Carson.
Ben Carson. Ben Carson.
Yeah, Ben
Ben
Carson, but he came from a single mother in Detroit, So does that mean Ben Carson? But then Ben Carson married a woman, still married, black woman married to her to this day. So, our beginnings, our origins very often are complex and messy. And a lot of times great things and great men come from that. So I don't think you could just cut off, all of the bad of all the women from the good of what we are. But I do think, especially where we are right now, you have to put the interests of black men, black male leadership over everything else, because it's really the only chance we have to prevail going into the future,
I don't
if
have a
there will
problem.
be any at all. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that, but my problem is that you're going to kick out things that show the amazing work of what the type of people we can produce. You're going to kick them out
Well, look, Tupac came from a single mother who
but Roger
either
said
delivered him in jail or whatever, so
men
you
are
can't.
still a part of the community, even if they come from a single mother. This is what Roger's saying. Even if men are still part of the community, even if they come from a single mother.
I don't care who your parents are. I care what you did. You know what I'm saying?
It's their accomplishments, not who they came from. It's the same thing
Black,
with the women. But the
black
women have
men have
specific
to become.
accomplishments.
Y'all, hold on. This is what I'm saying, y'all. When you get real about stuff, Oprah didn't do nothing. You can't. Nobody can sit here and say Oprah didn't accomplish. She accomplished up the wazoo. But when it comes from a community perspective, she's basically useless. And that's just keeping it. That's just keeping it real. What has Oprah done?
Actually, Roger, she's a net negative. When you consider her very negative impact, it's much more whatever money she's earned for herself, and even however she's used that money. You could definitely make the argument that the sociological and the cultural impact of it. I mean, she was the one who largely gave us all that that color purple shit, and that's done untold damage. So you could definitely argue she was a net negative.
Many things that hindered Black America was presented right there on Oprah's show, and she helped push that stuff. And Oprah became somebody. You could say she did it for the money for a certain period of time, but after a certain period of time, it wasn't for the money. She just did what she wanted to do. It's that simple at the end of the day.
But Jungle Fever says she accomplished so much, and she got a big house, and she got so much money.
My point
the reason
is
why I'm saying this cap. The reason why I'm saying this cap is because you're using Oprah Winfrey, who's anti-black, and saying just because she made money doesn't mean anything. It's not about the money. It's anti-black.
No. That's not why I'm using Oprah. I'm using Oprah because, to my understanding, Oprah is the most successful black woman in America. That's who she is. That's why she's my example.
But she's also the most anti-black person.
I had nothing to do with the fact that Oprah went that direction. I'm literally using her because she is simply the most successful black woman that I know of in America. That's my only reason for using her.
But it's tainted evidence. It's tainted evidence.
And it's not anti-black. It's anti-black community by Roger's definition.
Okay, fine. And whatever.
I'm just saying. It's anti-black community by Roger's definition, because Mary J. Blige and all the women you mentioned are not part of the black community because they're not married to black men, and that's the easiest thing that they could have done. That's the bar he's setting so low. Oprah never even married Stedman. She got a pass.
But
No other
Oprah,
community would give her a pass for that. But I'm just saying, Mary J, everybody you list, Khalees, all the pretty black women who ain't married, right? By Roger's criteria, it's not anti-black. They're anti-black.
but the Roger criteria is tainted.
No, I think we're all in agreement that if she can't do the one thing, which is marry a functional black man, and then we not really letting sharks speak, and I think he's staying quiet on purpose because it's such a simplistic thing to do. I know a lot of young men like him who out here getting a chicken, you know what I'm saying, getting cho, but they cannot find a suitable black. You are one of them, Hot Sauce. Can't find. Roger is another one. Can't find suitable black female mates. And we just talking in a circle when it's the simplest thing for these people to do.
The reason why, because it's not simple. It's not
simple to marry you. It's not simple to marry a millionaire with a business. It's not simple to marry Roger who got everything set up for you. It's not simple to marry Shark, a real man.
Can I answer the question?
Okay, please.
It's not simple to marry me because I'm an asshole. I don't know why.
A lot of black women like assholes. A lot of black women like
married. Truth teller is married.
Let me finish.
That defeats the argument right there. Truth teller is married.
How truth teller call straight?
All right, look,
asshole too. So
look, hey, I apologize because we're not supposed to be cursing up here like this. I'm trying to let this stuff get out. We ain't supposed to be cursing up here like this.
Apologies, Mama Roger. Apologies.
Listen. It is not based on the foundation of how black women grew up. Getting married is significantly harder for black women than any other race in America. It is significantly
Why?
A lot of reasons.
No. It's not. Hold on. No. It's not statistically harder.
Yes, it is.
No. It's just statistically proven that they refuse to do it more than other women.
No.
It ain't. It's not harder. It's definitely not.
Roger,
yes, it is.
Roger, you've been working hard all week. I want you to just rest a little bit. I got this nigga today. He gonna sleep on his stomach tonight because he getting his ass kicked.
I'm not. It is 1 against 10.
Jungle Fever.
It is 1 against 10.
Can you give us 3 examples, Jungle Fever, please? Like, just give us 3 examples.
Sure.
Why?
Let Kevin go.
No.
And hold back. Before anybody go, Inspired Truth Broadcast came up. Let him get in. Okay.
What's good? Am I coming in loud and clear?
Yes, sir.
Loud and clear. Yes, sir.
Yeah, we got it.
Excellent. PC.
Hold on. 1 second, sir.
Oh,
If you throw shots, be ready for the comeback. That's all I'm gonna say.
Is it gonna be relevant?
This dude ain't gonna go on the whole show.
I'm letting you know, and not one of y'all gonna say, "Oh, you wrong for that." I'm letting you know now. Throw shots. I got bombs.
What Jay-Z say? Niggas want to test you when your gun goes warm.
Quick question.
This dude ready.
Quick question. Is there anybody from the medical sciences other than myself on the panel?
I work in healthcare on the IT side.
IT, okay. Well,
I've been in healthcare.
All right, we'll go with that. We'll rock with that. All right. So if you guys are familiar, we brought it up a little bit. We were worried about the whole, how many generations things. It's something like 7 generations before your DNA actually becomes irrelevant. You got some time. On top of that, we have dominant genes, kind of. So I wouldn't worry too much about that just yet until, like, well down the road. How many generations do you think it'll take for the sisters to get their mind right? On top of that, they're already going and getting out there with other folks anyway. How you think we end up with 1.8 million more kids that they have than we have? It's not really what you think it is. And we're already mixed anyway. We already had the admixture. We've been here for centuries. We've been here for hundreds of years. We don't need to be worrying about that. We need to be worrying about our legacy more than just purely phenotypical lineage. That's one thing. The other thing is that a lot of what we've been kind of throwing out here have been like extreme examples, like, oh, what about Michael Jackson? Oh, what about Michael Jordan? What about this? What about that? Those are extremely rare, extremely the exception is not the rule, is what I'm saying basically
Mhm.
on that. Like we cannot take the exception and try to make that the rule that discards the entire push towards productivity and what works for the entire group.
I
That's
will
the
say
other concept.
that's what I'm talking about. Well
Can I
said,
can
Well
I
brother.
can
said.
I
Well
can I
said.
Uh,
can
uh,
I
uh,
can I respond to that since
hold on, one
you
second,
know I
Black Room, 1 second, because I've been trying to get this in for an hour and a half, and I keep forgetting. Shout out to Alice Stefano. He sent in the $5 cash app, said, "Keep up the good work. Appreciate you big time, my brother." I've been meaning to say this for about an hour and a half. And also shout out to Andrew B. I'm gonna just say Andrew B. I don't know if it's good to say your last name. Alice Stefano, he used the whole Alice Stefano in the chat. Andrew B. I don't know if you used the whole thing in the chat. You might be one of the new. If my memory's right, he might be one of the new guys who does use the whole name. But I'm just still gonna say Andrew B. just to be safe. He says, "Great topic. Gave $10. Appreciate you on the cash app. Thank you very much, my brothers. Thank you very much. My bad. It took so long for me to say something. Go ahead, Black Oru.
yeah I didn't. I mean, you got to listen to what I say, brother, in the context in which I use those to provide a way to see the uniqueness of Black people. That those people are a product of a particular group of people on Earth in space and time. That and they do represent us from the standpoint of is that they didn't come from any other group of people. They didn't come. All the billions of people in China, the billion or whatever number of people in Africa, however number hundreds of millions of people in Central and South America, they didn't come from those people. They came from Gary, Indiana, who probably his people probably came from either Alabama or Mississippi. His father was a musician, probably tried to play the blues and R&B and didn't quite make that happen. Worked in the steel mill in Gary, Indiana, and gigged on the side and had a whole big mess of kids in Gary, Indiana, right outside of Chicago. You got Chess Records in Chicago. That's a particular set of circumstances and an environment that is unique to ADOS people. And because we know, I use them to say that there's a uniqueness about the experience of ADOS people that no other people and no other Black people on this planet have replicated. That's why I use them. Not to say that we're all Michael Jackson or whatever, but I'm saying that there's something that come out of this environment that is unique to this environment. And to the extent that we start going in different directions and traveling different way and passport and whatever, at a certain point, that uniqueness goes away and you kind of blend into or becomes assumed into other people, which, and Hot Sauce was right. Uh, 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 Ireland, it was Black people in Ireland originally. There were Black people in Ireland originally in Britain. There were Black people all up and through Portugal, Spain, all up and through there, all up and through Italy and Sicily and them places. They're gone. So there is a certain point where, I mean, at least we should be accurate about history as we talk about these things about expanding options and whatever. There is a certain point where the potentiality of being blended out, so to speak, is a real thing. Now, maybe
All right,
that's
can I
not
respond?
important to you. And there's reasons why it should not necessarily be important to you, given where things are and where things have been headed, where you may conclude that, hey, like I say, as I said to Shark earlier, maybe it's better to be Jet Li and Michael Jackson than nothing at all. Just to use him as an example, not for them to be making any sort of extreme thing, but just to use them as an example to emphasize a point.
Okay, now I respond. Okay, so I take that. There are those folk that we do revere, that we do look up to, that have done some productive things. We have that, and we also have all of the negative, deleterious consequences that we see moving forward with what we see today. Like that is juxtaposed against that. You have the average person that goes into the casino that loses all their money, and then you have a few people that go into a gas station and win that lottery ticket and get that grand prize. Like the grand prize doesn't change the bigger picture of what we actually
Waiting for
see coming
parent.
out. Was somebody saying something?
I think that's a very valid point. And again, I mean that's basically the argument that I made earlier, brother, and that was the dilemma of, is it worth trying to struggle to hold on to something that don't likely appear to even exist, or you cannot recover, but then okay, you willingly go into being assumed by other people, or if maybe as Shark and maybe Roger have decided to do, you just expire after you're gone. You just
Well,
are
I
over
don't.
with. You know,
I think that's a
you
little
leave
bit
it
of
to
a
the rest
false
of
dichotomy.
your family line.
That's a little bit.
I don't see the false dichotomy.
Well, so here's the thing. This is because I brought up before, like you have legacy and then you have lineage. Like you still have your legacy of the family, even if your families now also speak Spanish. Like it's not that your ideals have to necessarily go out the window as well. Like you are the man. Like you are running your household. Hopefully, you are actually bringing forth your ideas into the next generation.
Well, is as I said before, at a certain point, um, and history has said that eventually, or at least historically, when you go somewhere else, you become you become assumed within somewhere else, and over time, what you are kind of disappears.
I want to acknowledge.
Can I bring it?
I want
Sorry,
to
go ahead.
acknowledge. No. I want to acknowledge something Black Uru was saying. Black Uru, I do acknowledge what you're saying about the unique type of individual that was cultivated in a certain time in these areas in America, right? And the quality. And all I want to say to you is I miss it too. And I think that's what we were saying yesterday. And what SYSBM is saying is we have said today in 2026 that we're not going to rescue it to get it back because it's gone. That's what the acronym means. I miss it too, and I acknowledge that there was greatness that came out of Gary, Indiana, Chicago, and those Black communities, right, and what they created. And I wish we still had it. I wish it was possible to get it back. But what Roger has said today is to get it back, there's such a low bar. The number one thing we have to do first is they have to marry people like Shark who are willing and ready to be married. People like Roger, people like Hot Sauce who cannot get married. And if we cannot at least do that one thing, then that picturesque image that, that what is it, Thomas, whatever that guy, because we Black people have that too. So you're painting a picture of America, Black America, that's like golden, right? And I miss it too. So in order to have it, they won't do the one thing that Roger created this whole show for. I see the importance. You see the importance. I acknowledge it wholeheartedly. But it's gone unless they could do that one damn thing, and they won't, bro. They won't do
And,
it.
and
Just,
I
Let me,
want to
let
just
say
me, let
too.
me.
I
Can
want
I?
to say too. That, at the end of the day, because I want us to rephrase how we saying this. It's not that people can't get married.
that
A
they
man
don't
is
want to.
supposed to. A man, right, has to go out and find a woman he's comfortable taking care of because he understands, regardless of what society say, we as men understand that's a woman we have to take care of. We don't get to make an excuse about not taking care of our wives. People can say a lot of things about people who not your wife, but once she become your wife, the excuses go out the window. So in order for
So
me to be comfortable spending my money to take care of a woman, she has to come to a certain level. If the woman refuses to be at that level, that is her choice at the end of the day. And we cannot continue to handicap our community because we have that viewpoint. I literally admitted that was my viewpoint. I need to go marry a black woman. When I was 18, 19, 20, I was trying to find one of them. I'm past 38. Why is 38 significant? Because that's over 20 years of trying to find a wife amongst a single group of people. Let's be realistic and think about this in another direction. If you was trying to get a job the same way for 20 years, would you call somebody stupid for doing that? Okay. If you was trying to invent something and you was doing the exact same process for 20 years, would you call that person stupid? That was me being dumb. Point blank, period. I should have changed what I was on and just accepted a host of different women that wanted to give me play. It wasn't nobody stopping me from getting married. It was me saying, nah, I appreciate you ladies, but I want to marry one of these sisters. That's what I want. And what did that cost me? A whole marriage life. Point
family,
blank, period.
family.
There
I wanna
and the
highlight.
thing is, there's so many black men who've done that. We've tried. Now, I'm not saying exclude the black woman. If she want to come on, she got to come on, but she got to prove that she's coming on board. She got to prove that. And for me, if I
It,
don't know who you are, I don't even see you as part of our community because you ain't got no husband that look like us.
it won't take
So,
them forever to get
hold on,
their mind right.
I wanna highlight something. So my position is not my position. You can marry who you want to marry, right? Right, marry who you want to marry. I can't talk because that would be me calling the kettle black. Because so I'm gonna all I'm saying, all I'm saying is that there's some real consequences when everybody does this in mass, right? So even though I didn't marry inside my race, I married outside my race, doesn't mean that it was the right thing to do. But I hear what Roger's saying. Now, getting to the point of the dog whistling or the white supremacy constraints. So here's the thing: when white people want to lock black people out, they look at the characteristics of black people and they make constraints around them. And what we're saying is that black women need to be married, and it's simple. And everybody keeps saying the word that is simple, but it's not. Now, here is some evidence I'm going to give you to
Okay,
show you
he did
that
the
it's
research.
not simple for black women to get married. So, first and foremost, is this growing up outside a two-parent household, a two-parent home is linked to less marriage or not getting married at all. There are associations there are associations not density to much of the effect runs to research and stress, not identity. This is according to PubMed. Childhood single parenting correlates to with adult outcomes on average. Income instability, marital conditions, and support. The point is just that uh, it is extremely less likely for kids to grow up in single parent homes to get married, and that is black women in space. Not saying that every single black woman grew up in a single parent home, but majority did. So then we also have the self love and self esteem, family environment, self esteem, right? Family climate strongly shapes self esteem and the trajectory of ages 10 to 16. Self love it directly correlates to marriage rates in young women. So black women, I hate to say it, but they don't have good self esteem. Last point, and there's tons more, right? Economics, right? Lower marriage entry rates. At lower socioeconomic levels, couples are less likely to marry at all. More cohabitation, non-marital births compared to higher levels of income. And we know that black women don't make, despite the we are making so much money, whatever. We know that they don't make that much money. We know they're in debt, right? Now, this is even not race specific. This is just America across the board.
Yep.
And then so when Shark was saying they can't afford it and debt and all that, he was right on the money.
That
Right
ain't
on the
true.
money. So at the end of the day, we keep saying, oh, these are simple things to achieve. but looking at her her childhood foundation, looking at her current economic status, and her and looking at how she views herself is not an easy task, gentlemen.
On
It's
top
Yeah,
of
How
not an
can
much of
I
social,
this is
wait,
on
wait, wait,
top of
wait. Let me.
controversial?
social
Can I
engineer.
respond?
Wait,
Can I respond?
on top of social engineering, you gotta add that too, hot
okay.
sauce.
It did social engineering, yeah, no
Yes.
doubt.
All right, can I respond now? Because
My bad, true
everything
teller.
y'all just no, you good, you good. Everything y'all just said is BS. It doesn't even mean anything.
They show me counter
Yeah,
evidence, brother.
sure.
Counter.
They can't afford to get married. You know how much it costs to go to the courthouse to get married?
For a
You
What
woman,
see,
else?
zero,
What?
a
Wait, wait,
zero, because
wait.
the dude
What?
gonna
Well,
pay for it.
thank you. What else are they required to pay for? Shark, you mentioned earlier they can't afford a house. Who said you need to buy a house to raise a family?
so pause.
Sorry.
Hold on.
Hold
We can
on, I
pause
ain't
right
done.
there.
I ain't done. I'm
No.
not done
We can
yet,
do pause.
player.
We can do
I'm
Oh,
pause.
not done yet.
let him finish.
We
Let him
can do.
finish.
I'm
We can do
not
all.
done cooking. You can't
Yeah,
stop the pot,
say
player. You
let
gonna mess up the
him
Go
dish.
ahead.
cook. Okay.
Yeah. He ain't ready to put no hot sauce in his
I
greens
ain't
yet.
put no
Chill out.
hot sauce in it yet. So give me a second,
All
right?
right.
So oh wait, they got some kind of social difficulties in getting married. And when Oklahoma City was going to the draft last year before they got the ring, did they care about all the niggas that they didn't pick? So why in God's name do we care about the
Pause.
hoes we don't pick? Y'all niggas is simping right now. I'm sorry. I don't care what their problems are. I don't care how difficult it is. I don't care what the obstacles they have to get over to be victorious. The whole point is they're responsible to be winners. If they're not winners, why are we even paying attention to them? We should be focusing on people who are possible winners. That's it. Y'all
And
niggas
And
is worried about the losers. Why
and
y'all
Now,
niggas worried about
you said
losers?
that's it.
and
You
true
said that's
teller,
it. Now you did.
I can
Hold
totally
on.
agree.
No. Wait.
All right, I got
Pause. On
after
the
you.
flag on the motherfucking play. So first of all, Shark, did I say they could not afford a wedding? Did I ever say that?
No,
No.
I
Shark did.
I
Shark did, not
said
you.
I said that
I'm sorry, you did.
people from
You
low.
did. They can't
I
afford it. That's why they can't get married. I didn't
I
say a
said
wedding.
I said people from low economic communities
Can't afford to get married. We heard
do
you.
not get married at all. That's what I said. I did not say something
You
about
said
affording marriage.
afford. Yes, you did.
Let me okay.
Damn nigga, run
Lower
that
marriage
tape back,
entry.
please.
Lower marriage entry. Large review.
Oh, Jesus.
Couples are least likely to marry at all. More cohabitation, non-marital births compared to higher income people. I never talked about a goddamn marriage ceremony. I
You
said,
said it earlier.
no, I didn't. Anyway,
Oh,
True
and
okay.
I
telling,
Jesus.
read,
true
Okay.
telling, you
You
broke this
got
and
nigga,
you
I,
man.
guys
and
are
I
You
read,
got him
no,
repeating
hold on.
himself.
and see, that's
You
the
guys
thing.
are
You
That
broke
was
quibbling.
an
this nigga.
analogy that
That's the
was an
thing.
You're
analogy that I had
quibbling.
brought
You're
up, true teller.
quibbling over
So,
an insignificant point. But let me
no.
address.
Hold on. No, let me finish.
No,
Goddamn.
let me.
My point. No.
One at a
My
time, fellas.
point.
One at a time.
My point is this: is that when my whole point was this, saying and showing that it was not easy. There's constraints and special things that Black women go through in this community, and his rebuttal was, "I don't care," which is fine. That is fine.
You know?
Nobody's asking him to care, but to sit here and say that he's cooking me without any goddamn counter evidence, one concedes to show that I know what I'm talking about, and he
Damn.
doesn't. And his final retort simply has to be, "Well, I don't care." Now I pass the
You
mic.
you
I
Okay.
got
can't
Can
you
after
can
can't
you.
can
fight
can
smart niggas
somebody
try
can
that
somebody
won't
can
acknowledge that
somebody
they're
else
wrong, man.
can somebody else
Yeah.
can
When will we
somebody
ever
else
rich?
respond?
Hey, Uru,
Let me say
I got
something.
after Uru.
Let, let
Let
me
it
say
go, bro.
something. You know, part of the problem with arguing the economics of hot sauce is the poorest people in the country are married.
That proves my point.
They're poor because they are
That proves my
unmarried. Crazy.
that
If
I
they
proves
get
think I think
married, they'll have an
see
income, an
I think
additional
the
income.
problem is y'all taking that as hot sauce or me as defending them. We're literally saying we're literally
Yes,
saying hold on, we're literally saying when we
they're
go
the
into the
poorest
store.
Yeah, he killing his own mic.
people
Hello?
You
on
cut in
the
and out.
Wait up, hot sauce. Let me say what I'm gonna say. We
Go ahead,
literally saying when you go, we literally saying these are the reasons why there's nothing in the store when we go into the store. We not we
But none
not
of
we
those
not
things
we not
are the
defending.
reason.
We not
Right.
That's not why I'm not getting married. That's why they don't want to get married. So what is
Right, but
so like
go
I
ahead, sorry.
said, the market is totally different than when you guys got married. The dumb shit that these women have been programmed with, the way they thinking
Exactly.
is not thinking like that, like women of yesterday are thinking. These women want to
Right, but
get a
you
career so they could be financially set. When before we would get together and become financially set together.
Were we
but what
ever
I'm
like
saying is the
actually?
excuse hold on. We gotta
That's
shoot
their
something down.
those are
You
their
keep giving
excuses. Those
and I
aren't
say that
our excuses.
hold on, Shark, but y'all keep doing something for some strange reason. You keep trying to give these hoes out options. I don't need you to tell me why they think it's difficult to be married. Because every example you gave, it's not a difficulty of getting married.
I know that. I'm not
So then
saying that
why would we be talking about it? What is wrong
be-
with you niggas?
because it's part of the topic at hand.
No, it's not. The topic at hand is if they not good enough to get the ring, they won't get picked.
And all of those things that he mentioned make them not smart enough to get the ring.
But we don't need to talk about why they're not smart enough to get the ring. If they're not smart enough to get the ring, they don't qualify. Why
And
would
it
you
goes
care why
and
somebody who doesn't qualify doesn't qualify?
and that is
What?
why
Cause your
Why
mama
would you?
black.
but that's basically what I was trying to tell.
That's
That's
what this
basically
nigga
what
been
I was
saying
trying to
for
tell
2 weeks.
Uru.
Your mama black.
That's basically what I was trying to
This is
tell
why you
Uru a
can't.
half an hour ago. Like, yo, there's nothing out there to be sought.
Nobody's saying that though, but y'all are arguing the reasons why they're failing. We don't care why they're failing.
I
This
can
is
agree with you on that.
We're only interested
no,
in the ones who are not
nobody,
failing. That's the only
no
ones that we're
one,
interested in.
And they
no
all
one is
failing.
making that. Hold on. First of all, no one's making the point of the point is this.
Uh-huh.
The argument on the table was this was a low bar. And the whole
It
point of me
is.
bringing out the evidence is to show it's not a low bar. But
It's a real low bar.
but since we can't have a decent, civil, educated conversation,
But
all you can say is don't care. So
No,
don't care
no.
then.
No. You didn't bring anything educational. All
Okay,
you
okay,
said was,
hold
wait,
fast,
hold
hold
on,
fast.
Roger. Hold on, Roger. All he did was give the problems they perceive. That's all he did. He didn't give any education. So
Okay,
what good is that
And
if for problems they
it wasn't
perceive?
unique to black women either. It
and,
wasn't unique
okay,
to black women.
and,
Were we
Exactly.
married under Jim Crow?
all right. Let me say
I
this. Let me
think
say this.
y'all missing the point.
Okay, let me say this. Y'all, we everyone here, because we all older, was 18 at some point, and you became an adult. What did it take for you to marry a woman? Didn't take that much. You just had to see something in her that you wanted to be with her. And how much is it gonna cost to get married? All you gotta do is save up a little money and go to the courthouse to get married. Now, if you want to have a wedding, that's a totally different thing than actually getting married. It don't cost that much money to get married. I think even to this day, it's still less than $200 to get married. It don't cost no real money to get married. That's just the reality. So anybody who talking about they're not getting married and it got something to do with money, they're lying. You may
This is
want a
not
big wedding, but you definitely can afford to get married. You technically don't even need a job to come up with the money it takes to get married. It's less than $200. Now I'm come from the Chicago area. This is like the third most expensive city in the country. So that means it's cheaper in other places.
no
So
one's
that's
talking about wedding. No one's talking about
I'm saying there is no financial barrier to marriage. That's my point. There's no financial barrier to marriage.
The poorest the poorest people in the country are unmarried black women and Latino women. Those are the poorest people in the country.
that
The
goes
the
to
me,
my point.
the median net worth of an it was reported in the HuffPost. It's been a while ago, so God knows what it was, but over 10 years ago they reported that the median net worth of an unmarried black woman was about $28.
Yo,
So I mean, there
If I live in, I mean,
there is no there is no valid economic argument
there
for
absolutely
black
is an
women not
economic
married.
valid argument.
No, there isn't because A married black woman in the United States of America is going to be better off than one who is not married.
I agree, but what I'm trying to
So
tell y'all is even the black women that are doing good for themselves, they don't want to get married.
Black
The
Guru,
broke black women don't want to get
the
married. The good
argument
black
on the
women, like,
table. Well, 1 second. The argument on the so listen. The argument on the table is not that if you get married, you'll be in a better economic position. I agree with that. Everybody with a reasonable mind will agree with that.
yes.
We are saying that becoming your foundation, growing up poor has significant influence on your decision making about marriage when you become an adult. And it bears it out. People who grew up poor and people who are poor are still least likely to be married than people who did not. That's what it's saying. I mean, no
But,
one's talking about affording to get married.
Then what's the point?
But what about?
Yeah.
I'm
I mean,
not finished. We're talking about how economics in your formative years play a role in your decision making. I mean, I don't know why is that so complicated.
So you're so poor, you're
I
stupid.
mean,
We get it.
That's
all
not what
my
he said
relatives,
either.
all my family, when they got married, all them people were poor. They were sharecroppers. They were farmers. You know, they were scrapping together, but they were scrapping together. But they were all poor. My father's family, my mother's family, all them people got married, struggled together. They moved to, Yazoo, Mississippi, Yazoo, Michigan. They moved to California. They moved places. They struggled together. And
That's
by the
not today.
way, that represents all people all over the planet. The vast majority of people
Right.
all over the planet are struggling together, are
It's only our
impoverished
women.
together.
That's
No,
not
it's
Neither
only
here
that's
nor there.
hold
American.
on.
No, it's
I'm gonna get
only
this in.
American
I'm
women
gonna
that
get
think
this in because I got to
differently.
step away for a hot second. Black River, you just be in charge for a quick minute. And when I leave y'all, even if I don't say nothing, whoever the eldest person that's a regular, take charge of the panel, just in case something happens and I don't see it coming. This is the thing: the vast majority of black people, as far as black American terms, who live this black American experience, the vast majority of the people who got married were literally poor. We hardly have anybody who is black that got married that was not poor. That really don't even exist in this country. So we're arguing an economic barrier as if it exists. Most of us who's been married literally got married as a poor person. That's just the absolute
That's
facts of this country.
and that's what you're supposed to do so that you build wealth together and you make your family better together.
All right, let
That's
me
what you're
just sum it
supposed to
up.
do.
Let me simplify it for you. These bitches is ass backwards. Point blank.
Yep.
Everything y'all trying to argue back
Well,
and forth, it don't
say
mean they
that.
just straight
Say
ass
that.
backwards.
Well, I
Don't
said it already.
I was
I
trying to
said
say
I
it,
don't need.
hold on.
but hold
Say
on.
that.
So hold on,
Don't
Uru. I was
Sorry,
trying
go
to
confuse.
ahead.
say it in a. I
Don't
was
you,
trying to say it in a more
no.
milder way. You know, what I mean,
But
this is for
what
the
I'm
audience and the
listen to what
replay gang.
I'm saying, Sharp. Oh, this is what I'm saying. The problem is when y'all say it's about money, you confuse the issue. It's not about money because all the economic indicators are you're gonna do better when you marry. So
We
it's
know
not
this.
about money.
That's what I'm trying to say. We know. That's why I said they're ass backwards.
It is about
Hold
They
on.
just
So
don't understand logic.
so this is
Like
what I'm
that what
talking
you
about.
just said. Like, look, they
Mhm.
have this whole 50-50 argument. Bitch, you would be better off going 50-50 than 100 by yourself.
I hear you, but
Yes, sir.
It is stupid
I
though.
think.
No, it is stupid. It is stupid. I don't know where that came
But
from.
wait, but hold on. I'm just trying to point out there was no point in bringing this topic up.
All right, so we agree. We agree. Let's move on.
no, we
That's it.
disagree.
We all agree.
There's no point.
No,
Yeah,
no.
there's no point in bringing it up.
The
Everybody with good sense on this panel agrees with that point. Okay.
No, well then, God damn it, I don't have good sense
But you
because
you too.
Point proven. Point proven.
when
But
I
Point
but
proven.
but
I
hey,
want to ask a question though.
what are
I
you
want
trying to say? Let perfect go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, where do we send Shark? Right after we have our fun, where do we send Shark? Because that's relevant, right?
Brazil.
No, Shark. I
Send him.
found a connect, Shark. I got a connect. I got put on recently down here in
Connect.
Florida. We got Asian churches. Now they got a whole bunch of them. They're all kind of denominations. We got Filipino, we got Singaporean, we got Chinese. Hey, they here in
Come on,
Florida,
boss.
player. You ain't even got to leave the country. Go ahead
So,
with it, man.
so there
Come
is
on,
there is no
boss.
store, there is no ADOS store that we would comfortably feel comfortable sending him to. Is that in the
That's
green?
No, I
thank
would,
you.
I would,
Nah,
I would, I would, I would definitely send my brother Shark to a East African store.
Okay, okay.
Oh, shout out to Usual Business.
So,
Wish he was on the panel.
but Shark, brother, because I rock with you heavy. Wherever truth teller tell you to go, please go the opposite direction.
Nigga, I'm going where they ain't got no electricity. I told y'all that last week.
All right.
you go.
I want
Wherever
to
them
take
bitches,
Shark to
There you
Cartagena,
go.
Colombia.
wherever them bitches
There
is
you go.
carrying lanterns through the
He
woods,
said
that's
no
where I'm at.
electricity. He said the woods.
And I could take them in the inlands of Colombia.
Oh, then you want to go to South? You want to go to North Korea? They don't have electricity. You want to go to North Korea?
That's where I'm at.
You want to
I
go to North
love
Korea?
it. I love
Call
it.
me Samurai Sims.
Samurai says.
North Korea,
Okay.
bro. North Korea will get you right.
But yeah, so that's all we say. That's all I'm trying to say. Like, yo, and it's just not even black women. I'm noticed. It's just the American culture has become this.
It's not. Yeah, it's not just them. I see that. I see
Yeah.
it everywhere here.
Yeah.
I see with all types of chicks. I know.
So
Yeah, yeah.
that's
The
why.
sisterhood is
That's why I've
strong.
been.
But Sharp is odds and percentages. It's odds
Yep.
and percentages. Because let's say you decide you're gonna go the SYSBM route. Now you can say it's all American, all American women behave that way. But how what's the likelihood that some Asian woman is gonna call the cops on you, for example, or fight you, or shoot you,
Not. It's
or
rare.
try to keep your kids from you, or try to keep your kids from you, you
Rare.
I
know,
mean, they do that though.
or
They.
maybe try to
Only in
cover you
Japan. They do that in
with
Japan.
I said
What's the
what's the
likelihood?
It's
likelihood?
rare. It's
And,
rare.
and
It's
and
rare.
when I ask that question, I'm asking it in juxtaposition to ADOS women. I'm not
Gotcha.
saying
Gotcha.
that absolutely will not happen. I'm saying in comparison to
Yeah.
ADOS women. So when you
Gotcha.
do this analysis, when you do this calculus, it's like, well, okay, you put the statistics and this percentage time this percentage, you're probably going to be in a better position making that particular decision. You know, your kids are probably going to graduate college, for example.
There you go.
You know, but they're going to look
Shout out
like
to the
Tiger
esteemed
Woods.
elder.
And
Shout
if
out
you
to the
marry a
esteemed elder.
Chinese chick, if you marry a Chinese girl, your kids can still come out and be able to dance because they nasty and break dancing over there. So
Oh, but
you know what I'm
don't marry
saying?
Chinese.
Yeah.
Don't marry Chinese. She'll divorce you and cheat on you. Don't marry Chinese.
Oh,
Don't marry them, bro.
I've been hearing some stories. I ain't gonna. I'm
Not
not
like
gonna lie. My
the
homeboy's
kids.
uncle came into town, and
Yeah,
his
Chinese.
his uncles put me
Nowadays,
on. Yeah.
they're
But
not what
but
they
now
used
let
to be.
let me let me let me
Skyrocket.
a- let me ask this question. Let me ask this question. What's the likely is they're gonna call the cops on you? Because if
No,
she's
they ain't
not
gonna call the
gonna
cops
call the
on you.
cops on me,
No, she's not gonna call.
let me finish. If she's not gonna call the cops on me, then I can handle those other issues. I can handle those other issues if she's not
Okay,
gonna
yeah,
call the cops.
but she's not gonna call the cops, but she will divorce you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
I agree.
it's easy to mitigate those other issues when you ain't got to
Yeah.
deal with no white man
No, but
kicking up on your door.
she'll still let you see the kids, all that shit. It's not gonna be vindictive like that. But if she's unhappy nowadays, she will divorce you.
Hmm.
You know
Hmm.
what's sad? Everybody on the panel was like, "Man, I could take a goddamn divorce. I'm good. She ain't gonna get half. She ain't
Yeah,
gonna get half. I ain't going to jail. I'm good
Uh,
with that. I can take the
Yeah,
divorce."
right,
yeah. Because
right.
if you marry
That's a sad
if
state to
you
look at.
marry those black woman, you almost guaranteed to get divorced. You almost
Yeah.
guaranteed.
Right.
All right. Now I'm gonna say
And
this,
and
y'all.
and you gonna get cucked, and you're gonna get cucked, and your kids won't be
Yep.
able to read.
Yep.
God.
And they may call that new nigga daddy.
Damn. Stop, Roger. God.
Exactly. Change the last name of your baby.
I'm just saying. I'm
Damn.
just
You know what
saying.
I'm saying?
No, that you call him daddy, sweetie. That's that
You
he
gonna
your new
have,
daddy now.
Oh,
Now
God damn.
yeah.
Sierra did.
What's my
You a
daddy
Westbrook.
name?
That's
Clevante
You a
Jr.?
Westbrook now. You a
Yeah,
Westbrook.
Devontae.
Sierra. That's what Sierra did, right?
now
Sierra
yeah,
now
did
that's
that.
cold.
now
You a
That's
Westbrook
cold,
now.
Rock.
hold on. Let me say real
Ooh.
quick. Well, I mean, we know black
Ooh.
women do it though. You know they do it. Now I'm gonna say
Ooh.
real quickly, real quickly, because oh, we got Rael too, so I'm gonna let him come in right behind me, y'all. Look, at the end of the day, I'm talking about a community. To have a community, you gotta have people that have an agreement upon things. A black woman not wanting to be part of our community can't be our concern. It's something we can't control. We got to concern ourselves with things we can control, not the things we can't control. If we really want to be productive, ain't that how you be productive in everything else in life? When you come across something you can't do, you pay somebody else to come in there and do it for you. Or you bring somebody in to take charge in the process so they can lead you through whatever the situation is. And that is something as simple as an electric socket not working in your home to building a house, period. All the way through and through. We bring people in with the expertise to do what they need to, what needs to be when you need something done. And other situations, you bring somebody in that you can give them the expertise enough so they can do the job that you want them to do. If black women don't want to ring, they're telling you I'm cool on being a part of the community. And at the end of the day, they do all want to get married. I'll get into that in a later show. They do want to get married. They just have certain stipulations when it comes to a black man when it comes to marriage. But they do want to get married. They prove that all the time. The complaining that they do about not being married and not having the things that come with a marriage is literally proof that they want to do it. But the thing is, will you do it by our standard? It's our community, so therefore we set the standard of what it takes to be in the community. And just simply marrying a guy who is productive, respectable, functional, that believes in black men's leadership is not no super hard task.
Yes, it
And
is.
every woman who's not married to one of them, she could get married to one. She just gotta be good enough for one dude. She don't have to be good enough for all black men. She ain't gotta be good enough for half of black men. She ain't gotta be good enough for 10% of black men. She just gotta be good enough for one. That's all it takes. But I'm gonna get the floor to Rael. Go ahead, my brother.
Peace, Roger. Peace of the panel, champ.
Peace.
um,
Peace.
I think that black men have watched too many rom-com movies. Um, where we're constantly seeing dudes do goofy stuff to get the favor of females. When the reality is, the role of a wife is a job, it's a duty, it's an obligation. And that means you do that even when you don't feel like doing it. Um, that is not something that a woman will partake in who has been trained to be independent of that. It's literally the complete opposite of what her training is. And this is where a lot of black men get into a lot of problems. What was she trained to be? Was she trained to be a wife, or was she
Thank you,
trained to
Rael.
be independent of you?
Thank you, Rael. Thank you.
More than not, the females have been trained to be independent of you as
Thank
a
you.
marker of their identity. Okay? This is not,
Repeat that. Repeat that. Please repeat that.
this is just this the independence is literally their identity. Um if I know this is going to be effed up to say, but modern day black females have been trained to believe that marrying you is a betrayal of their womanhood.
Mm-hmm.
It's a betrayal.
Mm-hmm.
It's a betrayal of all of those so-called strong females that went before them and did it on their own with welfare's help. Their
Well.
identity, their identity is tied into not needing you. Now I know that's a tough pill to swallow, but that's the pill. They're
Mm-hmm.
trained to believe, not that it's true, but they're trained to believe they don't need you.
Mm-hmm.
And to back up what Uru was saying, I dropped the article in the chat, and it showed the numbers for educated black females, single black females compared to their white female counterparts through certain age ranges. And when it gets to the highest level, it showed that the net worth of white women who are married, like in their 60s and beyond, and the black women who are married in the same age range, their numbers are comparable in terms of net worth. I think it's like 448,000 for black women, and it's like 770,000 for white women. So, and now mind you, the article, it's a black source, Black Enterprise Magazine, is written by a black female, and what she's saying is that in a nutshell, one of the most important decisions that black people make as a whole, but especially black females for obvious reasons, is going to college. That is one of the most, that's probably your first business decision that you're making as a young adult. And this can have a lot of damaging consequences, because before, the first major decision that black people and black women specifically used to get married first. That used to be their first economic decision that they used to make. Now, their first economic decision that they make is going to college. And obviously they're broke. So it doesn't lead to a good future in terms of economics. What the article shows is that typically educated black women who get married and they stick with their marriage going into their 60s tend, on average, have a high net worth over time. And it's the opposite for the other females.
So I just want to highlight. Oh, go ahead. I want to highlight something. What he's just said. Trained to be independent of.
Hold on. Before you highlight whatever you're going to highlight, hey, whoever got all that noise going on, please mute your mic. Please mute your mic.
So he just said it right there. It's in her identity. So now to go around and say it's easy for her to marry when it goes against her identity, that's not an easy task. Just on a psychological level alone, it's not an easy task. And right, I'm so happy that you brought that up, because that coincides with Shark was talking about, and that coincides what I'm talking about.
Okay, and you know what? I can say psychologically maybe you have a point there, but at the end of the day, when you become an adult, you are supposed to let go of things that don't make sense and adopt things that do make sense. So at the end of the day, that is a process everybody has to go through when becoming an adult. And so I'm still gonna say it's simple, because I had to let stupid stuff go from my childhood too. I believed in some stupid stuff, and I got smart enough to figure out that was stupid, so I let it go.
But Roger, you're talking about women. They still play dress up.
Look, at some
Like
point, everybody has to realize Santa Claus ain't real.
what women don't, obviously.
No. These are psychologically, these are girls. See, what we have to understand is that what we've been thinking when we see a biological adult female, we automatically assume we're dealing with a woman because she has the physical characteristics of a woman. But psychologically, she's still a child. And as long as she's fed information that feeds into her staying childlike. I mean, we've all dealt with females in our group when they don't get their way. They throw tantrums. They get upset. They get pissed off. Like they react just like a child does when they don't get their way. And it doesn't, and the thing about it is, now here's the issue that really makes black men, and we got to really be clear on this. They know exactly what they're doing, though. You want to know why? Because
Bing,
when
bing,
they
bing,
get
bing.
around other men who exercise authority, they do not behave this way. They have openly said on multiple podcasts I hear, well, if you get with a white guy, don't treat him the way that we treat black men. Give him attitude and all of these types of things. It's not that they don't know; they just been trained to believe that that's how they're supposed to treat you, based
Right.
on their family's
Now,
recommendation or their broken
now,
family's recommendation, because majority of them are coming from 2 to 3 generations straight broken families. So in their mind, when it comes to you, because I'm gonna give you a prime example, an ex of mine said to me,
hold on, Ryan, because my thing is to bring it back toward the show topic. This is the thing. Are those your people? The
no,
people who disrespect you simply because you're a black man, are those your people?
hell no.
And I'm not even just asking a question. You're right. I'm just saying from a general context, are those your people?
No.
We have a problem recognizing who our people is, because if you didn't have that as a problem, and see, this is something we control. If I recognize who my people are, then I recognize how much I'm willing to do for this person or that person. When I do it for this person who's not my people, it's charity. I'm only gonna do so much. I will give you $5 out of $1,000 because it's charity. When you my people, now maybe I'm gonna spend 500 on my people out of 1,000. Maybe I spend the whole 1,000, but it's my people. It's a whole different context behind what I'm willing to do when it's my people. The people who think I'm less than human because I'm a black man, them ain't my people. Now all I'm saying is you got to get married. This, and I'm gonna say again, it ain't that hard. Because if black men are the people who will accept the worst from women, you're telling me a woman can get married to a man that's willing to accept less than others. That's not hard. Go ahead, Rael.
Well,
Sorry, go ahead.
also it's the respect too, because and that's what I was about to get to as far as my ex. There was a time I think I've told this story on here before, where when we got into it, she had told me to shut up, and I went off on her. And then after the situation calmed down and we talked about it, when I said something to her like, that's not how you talk to a man that you claim love, like, what I'm saying, like, that's disrespectful. And her response was, I mean, this is not a lie, I mean, this is real. I didn't know black men wanted respect. Now, she didn't say any other group of men. She didn't say, well, I didn't know men wanted respect. She specifically said black men. And the reason why I bring that up is because you could be one dude out of 50 and you command respect. But if 49 guys don't, she's going to judge you based off the 49. She's not going to judge you based off of you. She's going to think, well, these other guys let me do it. And then she's going to throw you in that pot of black men, even though you don't accept it, even though you don't rock with that, because that's the training. It's not that they're just getting training from the females. They get training from the weak dudes who allow the stuff. They do. They put you in that category. They put you in that category as being, well, since you're a black man, you're going to accept it. That's why there's so much pushback from them, because they're like, you're not following the protocol. You're supposed to accept this, because that's all I've seen in my family too. Females dealing with guys who accept this kind of behavior.
Well, no, there's an extra part of that. She seeks out men that she believes will accept it, and then she's mad at the dude who won't.
No, Roger. It's not even
Hey,
seeking them out.
can I go next
Just
after
all
y'all finish
around.
talking? Do you think, Shock? Sorry.
They all around. They all around. She's at work and them niggas is there. She goes to the bar, them niggas is there. She goes to the restaurant, them niggas is there. I told y'all before, black men are the softest niggas walking this earth, man. Like we are literally a different breed.
No, Shark. What I'm saying is, black women, when they complain about the stuff they complain about, they usually got similar complaints and have similar results. but those results are not included in most black men. So therefore, she sought it out.
No, those results are included in most black men. Is what I'm telling you. We are the few that's apart.
Not the stuff they're complaining about. The stuff they're complaining about is not included with most black men. They swear niggas ain't taking care of their kids. Most black men don't have that as an issue. They swear niggas don't have no jobs. Most black men, that is not an actual issue.
No, those I agree. I'm talking about as far as Rael was talking about black men not demanding respect, black men not even wanting respect. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, I'm just making it clear that we're definitely talking about two separate issues. But the thing is, she seeks those guys out because she ain't seeking a dude who probably gonna command respect. She's not seeking that guy out.
That's true.
And you know what I'm saying? If you can't keep getting the same results if you're steady switching up how you approaching stuff. And we all know that as men. As problem solvers, we know we try this thing this way, it don't work. We're going to try something different the next time. Then we'll try something different the next time. We're not going to keep doing the same thing expecting some different result. That's just not going to happen.
And that's why you know that most of the time when they're with an African man, if they've ever been with an African man as far as marriage, most of the time they end up divorcing them because they see that they're completely different from Black American men in terms of authority. They don't play about that type of stuff in general. I'm not saying there's not some weak dudes in Africa, because there are, but when they actually get a true African man that stands on his tradition and his culture, they can't handle it because they can't get by with all the smart talk and all that type, because they go upside their head, so they don't play that. And then they'll run back. They will run back to black men, actually.
They go upside
this is my observation of African guys is they can be like simps, like major simps, but at some point they gonna call down the thunder on some hoe.
Yeah,
that's
they are.
what I've seen
typically.
Yeah,
at some
point, you know,
from Ogun,
at some
from
point,
Ogun,
it's gonna raise about us. Yeah, at some point it's gonna raise
I'm stealing that, Uru.
Yeah.
I'm stealing that one, Uru. I'm stealing that one. I'm stealing it.
But that's what I was saying, Uru, with the average black man. They
at some
act
point
like
they're gonna bring the thunder down,
but they don't bring the thunder down.
And then the next thing you know, somebody on the floor.
Yeah.
Oh my god. All right, y'all.
And that's what
it's been
we
fun.
can't put this under on them because they will put us in jail.
Well,
in other countries,
I
you
want to
can't
raise
put this
something
under
to
on them.
y'all. I want to raise something to y'all about this conversation, because I don't know what y'all niggas is doing right now. Okay, if we all agree on what Roger's point was for this show, I have no idea why we discussing why these hoes is falling short of the requirements. What we should be talking about is what these young niggas need to look for in order to find somebody who's suitable for a championship ring. And we ain't talked about that at all. We actually spent more time shooting down black men versus telling them how to vet these hoes.
Let them finish. Let them finish.
Ryle, you did. Well, no. That's not vetting anybody. You just going somewhere else to be a sucker for somebody else in another country. How do you vet them? What do you look for? What are you checking for? What do you ask? We don't talk about any of that. We just talk about why these hoes is failures. I don't know why y'all niggas is so knee deep in understanding why they fail.
Not really, because if you understand what Rael said and you understand where households broke down, then you know what to look for.
The number one vetting of any woman in any background is her mama and her elder female.
Yeah, true.
But
then I don't need to know why but Uru, come on, man. We don't need to know why the community did this.
Well, I'm just saying, if there's no alignment around the eldership of the female in support of her husband and family and community, ain't no amount of psychoanalysis or precognitive Professor X ability for any of that kind of shit is going to help. Right. If that infrastructure ain't around her, you can forget about it.
I agree. I completely agree. But the problem is, once we all agreed on that, there's no reason to discuss why they got the way they are, how did it happen, right? because we can't change that. And if they're not busy
Oh
fixing it,
no.
they're
Yeah.
they're not any of our conclusion. All I'm saying is we done spent 99% of this broadcast talking about how they became failures, why they became failures, how they think and what they do. Listen, man, we just need to state, hey, if these hoes come
Truth
from this
teller.
kind of environment, avoid these chicks,
Well, true. Well, true.
right?
I
The
want to
truth,
say
the
this
truth.
though.
Oh, but hold on, true. The reason why I totally agree with what you're saying overall, but you and I both know it's some niggas that still gonna try that shit though.
Then they not part of the community, man.
But I'm
The
saying,
point.
but I'm saying to you though, for there are some dudes who are just not going. They're not because they can't accept it. We've talked about this
I
before.
hear you. I hear
There's
you.
some dudes that just it's a lot for them to have to accept that because they know once you accept that, you by default are going to have to make some different decisions. You're going to have to engage in the world in a different way. And most black men are not designed to engage in the world in that way to find a replacement for that. They're not going to do it.
I
They're going to try to figure out, well, why she's doing it, where is it coming from, this and that and the fourth. Like now we
that's what
know what it is overall, but a lot
that's
of
what we
dudes,
doing.
a lot of dudes, because I've been when I first came to this space, I said from the giddy up, I am not here for reformation. I am not trying to reform shit. I'm here for separation. And I've
Y'all
been on
niggas
it since
like
I've been here.
losers.
But
I don't
Truth
know
teller.
why y'all niggas like
Well,
worrying about
but
losers, man.
I'm saying a lot of dudes in this space, bro. Like I
They're
mean, you
what,
losers
what,
too.
what,
yeah.
You don't get it. Hold on, Roger. Can I
hold
just get in here?
on.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Let me
What
This
say
she
is
this,
say,
brother.
crazy.
yo?
Let me say the point of the show was how you gonna treat them. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Y'all can discuss all day about how they got to be the way they're gonna be. The point of the show is how you gonna treat them. Do you see them as part of the black community? Because I don't think nothing changes until you actually see them for who they are. So are we going to accept any random woman just because she happens to be black as part of our community and there's literally no proof that she even rock with us? Because truth be told, anybody past the age of 22 should be married or at least engaged. And if she's not that, she's communicating something to me, period. And she's telling me she don't rock with black men. Because I come from a world where black men been sweating them since they was 13, 14 years old. If you didn't come across anybody that you felt was worth performing for, because yes, it is a woman's job to perform at a level that a man will accept her to be his wife. If she wouldn't perform at any level, that's her fault. Now I understand everybody want to make it the man's fault, but truth be told, when you're paying for something, you pay for stuff that you believe is worth paying for. Even if you make a mistake, people done bought lemon cars before. You still believe it was worth paying for. She's supposed to perform at a level that's gonna make that dude comfortable to propose. And if she didn't do that, that's on her. Point blank, period. So the thing is, how am I going to treat a woman who ain't part of us? If I meet a 25-year-old woman who needs some help, I'm called. I want to talk to your husband. I'm trying to see where you at as far as from a community standpoint. Where are you? Because you just some lady to me. I see that you black, but you still just some lady. So I'm gonna give you enough grace to ask to speak to your husband. Now, if you ain't
Truth
got
I
teller.
one, I'm literally gonna treat you differently.
He's Roger and he's right.
Yeah, here.
Sometimes. Truth teller.
forever and ever. You gotta do
Truth
it
teller.
forever and ever. Yeah.
It's like this, man. If you put a woman in front of a black man and she meets all the measurements and requirements and standards of a wife, but she ain't black, that nigga gonna tell you, but she ain't black though.
No, I get it.
That's
I'm not
our
saying you
problem.
wrong. Right. Well, that's not our problem, right? So the niggas who
No, that's a
married and
problem.
the niggas.
That's a problem today. That's what's really happening. Like the
Well,
pushback is, well, if she ain't black, then we ain't gonna be black no more in the future.
well,
What?
I mean, that was what was brought up, but that's my whole point. That discussion, that portion of the discussion, had nothing to do with the topic. The topic was you're a championship organization and you try to recruit people who gonna bring in more championships so they can deserve the
Right.
ring that your organization can bring them. If they don't deserve if they can't bring you a championship, that means they don't deserve a ring. That means you shouldn't even be talking about them. Who cares why they're not good enough? Who cares why they didn't make the cut? That ain't your problem. Your
Okay.
problem is finding the
Agree.
talent
I'm
that's
I'm
supposed to put on this ring.
I'm
That's
I'm gonna
it.
interject. I'm gonna interject real quick and respectfully gonna say it is a major problem. But I'm about the only black man that I know of that would admit that I made a mistake by saying
Right.
she had to be black. We got to get out that mentality. When we get out that mentality, the black women will have a reason to compete. See, when it ain't guaranteed we gonna get them, they ain't got to worry about us no more. They got to worry about everybody.
So,
And if we never say, I need you to be this, there's no reason they ever gonna have to change for the guys who really have it in their heart. I got to be with one of them. She ain't got no reason to improve for you because we ain't gave her no reason.
right. I'm not
Because the
saying y'all are
authority
wrong.
isn't there.
Well, hold on. I'm not saying that y'all are wrong. All
I'm not trying to imply that you saying anything against that. I'm saying
gotcha.
that's
Gotcha.
where we have to be for the future. We see what the past got us. Look where we at. So for the future purposes, this ideal of she got to be black, we gonna have to let that go for black people to have a chance to make it.
Right. But see, so
Right.
coming from a profession where I have to train people and I have to keep people on task and I have to make sure people are accountable and then I also have to make sure people are responsible. I don't need you to try to understand why you keep picking black women. That's what our problem is because we get knee deep in conversations like this. This was an unproductive conversation because nobody learned, all right, well, then what kind of woman should I be looking for? What is a good wife? What should a good wife be doing? Right? We just went into saving the culture and the lineage and the race and blah, blah, blah. All this stuff that's irrelevant to how the hell am I going to find a successful wife? How do I vet for this person? How do I recruit and interview and pick the right person to be a wife? We ain't talk about none of that. That's why I keep saying, why do we care what losers care why they losing? I don't need to understand why a loser understands why they losing, or even if they don't understand why they losing, they're losers. I'm not gonna waste my time with them. I'm only gonna make time for the people who I can succeed with. If they're not a person I can succeed with, they're not worth my time to analyze them. I'm not their coach. I'm not their dad. I'm not their recruiter. I'm not their family member. They're going to be losers. They're going to have to figure it out. I'm only here to pick up winners. Now, if we all fought like that, the whole part about race wouldn't even come into play. Because more than likely, you'll find out that most of the time, the person who meets all the criteria probably won't be a black woman.
So, Professor
And
Truth Teller, can I
you
ask
go
you a
learn that.
question?
Sure.
So, what do you say to the young men that we didn't answer for them? Like, give them the answer right now while we on here. Bless them up real quick, please.
Uru talked about it a little bit a little earlier. Her family background, her history, her actions, who she been dating, what she been up to since she been 18. How old is she now? She 30 and she been single the whole time. What she been doing for the last 12 years? How many bodies that she has? I know niggas don't like asking that, but that also shows her psychological discipline as far as sex is concerned. Her hygiene, how she carries herself in public, how she carries herself at work. What does she do for a living? Who are her friends? Can she cook? Does she clean well? Right?
I mean,
How does she clean? That's another question. You know, we talk about she just cooks and cleans, but how does she clean? How does she cook? Is she cooking healthy food or is she just cooking fried stuff? Does she eat vegetables or does she just eat from pot pies? Come on, man.
now I do want to say my thing is that type of stuff is important. But the main message I'm trying to get across in this episode: are you willing to treat a woman differently if she's not one of us? Are you willing to look at black women and say, is she or is she not one of us? And are you willing to treat them differently because they're not one of us? Do you
No.
want them to have something to lose? Do you
Well,
want
one
to
of the
give them? I'm
Yeah.
just saying, do you want to give them a motivation to be a part of us?
No.
Well,
Because
no, I mean you don't want to. I mean the motivation to be part of us is our success with
what
the
I'm
people we
saying,
pick.
when you get excluded, you have a
No,
motivation to get
exclusion.
in. If there's a benefit
Exclusion,
to
correct? Yeah.
being part of something, so I'm saying that's why to me it's a big issue to ask what her husband wants you to do. Because now you
True.
can start cutting people
True.
off who ain't got a good response. Black women
Very
need
true.
to understand that there is a loss. There is a net loss I'm going to actually feel because I am not married. What does that make you do? That makes you want to get married. You won't benefit
True.
from black men? I'm not tripping. Just be married and we'll give them to you. Now, if you don't want benefits from black men, I ain't tripping about that either. But when you got a problem, ask somebody else. That's all. Ask somebody else.
And that's the requirement system that I'm talking about. Now I completely agree with you. Our problem is that we want to go knee deep in understanding why these hoes don't like us. Listen, man. I tell my wife all the time, I don't care that you don't like me. You still here, ain't you? I say that all the time. Because
Yeah,
guess what? She ain't gonna
internally, some
find
of us
nobody
want to
better
give them
than me.
excuses.
Yes, yes,
But
that's it.
here's one of the biggest reasons why y'all want to save the community is most of us ain't married. See, you
There
all
you go.
have this kind of, this sort of fantasy about community and stuff like that. But when you have your own wife and children and mortgage and all that kind of stuff, that community shit don't mean nothing. I mean, community then becomes an extension of other people with wives and children and mortgages
Right.
and have the same motivations as you do. So we're gonna keep the quote community safe because my kids are out here on those streets and your kids are out here on the streets. So we're gonna work together as a community to keep the area safe. That's how a community is built and maintained, not on some sort of theoretical notion of we're all black people and therefore we're all supposed to look out for each other. Now, it ascends to that level once you have so many black people who are married and have families and are moving in the same general direction. Then you can have people on this sort of larger macroscopic level saying that, yeah, we're this one big community because we're all essentially living the same or very similar sorts of lives and have interconnected interests. But when you don't have interconnected interests, then I mean, whatever basis you're using to judge some woman or whatever, it all becomes rather frivolous. Look, I can't be thinking about some other bitches and some community of bitches when I got a wife and children. That's the furthest thing from my mind.
Well,
Well, black,
I think also
I
hold
believe
on,
they
Roger.
go hand in hand with each other because when you have a community, you're gonna have married people, and married people are gonna have people looking out for them. Because, like I said earlier, if you with your cousin's wife, you don't let nothing happen to her, even if he gone to the store real quick. You know what I'm saying? He might got to go pick something up. He going to get some ice. Ain't nobody finna mess with her while she in y'all company. That's part of building the community. You gotta have family links. You gotta have people who respect each other. When men respect each other, nothing happens to their women. That's just something I done seen
But
growing
but
up.
but
So,
you have to have a critical mass of people who are actually married, so that becomes a sort of preeminent frame of mind. You know,
Culture.
if
It's a
as
cultural
is
thing.
currently the case, exactly as is currently the case, we're at or below 30% married. It's hard to maintain that standard and ethic when we're kind of all over the place socially.
but well, I'm thinking the only way to get back there is we as the men gonna have to start implementing rules because it done got out of pocket. We can't just let it be no more.
Well,
We got
but
to
that's
start
Yeah.
doing you different because you didn't get a
Well,
ring. I got to treat you different.
but see, that's where like the chicken and egg thing comes in because that's well and good, but yeah, I think the quick if you we were talking earlier, if you went and got snatched up some infufu from off the river or whatever, and she's a fine young thing that's gonna bear you a bunch of strapping African American children, then you you're going to be very motivated to situate things a certain kind of way so that she's protected and your children become productive people. You're going to develop some very clear vision of how that's going to
Mm-hmm.
happen. And you're not going to be hesitant to lay down certain law and create certain protections for that. Outside of actually doing that, it becomes kind of theoretical because you're kind of part of this argument is it's a lot of what you should not do and not enough what you should do. And what you should do has to include something positive for you. It
Mm-hmm.
can't be just about, some prohibitions, don't do this for this woman, that. Because I don't even think about doing something for some straight woman because I get, wait, I get, so it don't even come to my mind to think about, jumping out of a window for some stranger. It don't even come to my mind. I got too much on the line with something else.
Right. Well, the thing is,
Hey,
Well,
what I
Roger,
was,
Roger, Roger.
hold on, Charles.
Okay,
Let me say this. Let me say this quick. And
go
that's
ahead.
why when I was saying what I was saying earlier wasn't about. It wasn't necessarily. It was about females, but it was for men though, because this is more of a stream for men than anything else than trying to explain women because how do you view yourself in relation to a female, a collective that views you with such disdain? How do you view yourself? I would argue that most black men internalize that as a negative against them. And so what they end up doing majority of the time, they end up extending so much of their energy trying to disprove a negative. That is impossible. If they're starting out the conversation towards you where you have to defend yourself against a negative, what is the point of that? You're going to spend yourself silly in terms of energy. So this is more about black men. Do you have the self-respect of yourself to say once you see that kind of behavior? Because a lot of times, a lot of black men don't even realize they're even being disrespected. A lot of times. A lot of times, if they have a homegirl and they homegirl talk to them, they homegirl will tell them, "Hey man, you know that chick was disrespecting you, right?" And a black dude be like, "What you talking about? Man, she said this and she said this and she said this with this tone. You didn't pick up on it?" And you're like, "Nah, man, it's cool." And so again, a lot of black men, in terms of sense of self-respect, will accept the defining of what their reality should be, even from some of the most disrespectful females. You deal with a woman outside of the group. Oh, you're selling out the group. When they do it, there's no it's nobody bats an eyelash. And so, like you, how do you view yourself in this context where this female typically is starting out from the gate with disdain for you? Once she shows that behavior, are you going to try to convince her not to be that way? Or are you going to get the fuck up out of Dodge and make some other arrangement?
I I think I think you guys are talking past each other, right? In regards to what the topic is. I don't give two goddams whether or not she learns her lesson. She doesn't fit the role right now. I'm not picking her. That's it. Now, if she improves, great. She might get picked by somebody else later. But if she stays the way she is, she's not getting picked. That's all that needs to be done. We don't need to explain nothing to them. I'm not going to tell the loser that they're a loser because I want them to understand why they're losing. I'm just going to step over their body once they lost. I'm a winner. We're wasting energy on something that will not benefit us. There's nothing fruitful in explaining to people why they're losing. Now, if somebody shows some interest in becoming a winner, that's the person that you would give the lessons to. But if they're comfortable being losers, man, you're wasting your time and your energy trying to teach them that they're losers.
Hey,
Just let
truth
them
teller.
exist the way they are.
Truth teller. I was going to tell Roger that my wife, she overcooked. She cooked too much rice and beans and chicken. I wish I had a community that I could give some of this extra food to, because she just cooked too many beans. I think it's too much for me. So
That's
You think
I
it's
diabolical.
just
too
wish
much?
there was
Diabolical right there, bro.
another community
Is
family,
some?
man, that
Did
I
she
could
put some
share the
plantains with
dishes.
those? She
Yeah,
made some
maybe they
plantains
could.
with those.
I give them some beans, and maybe they give me some homemade ice cream or some maybe some cakes, and I give them some of these Colombian beans and stuff like that. I wish I could have somebody to trade with. Do some community trading.
Just like anything else in the world, y'all. Listen, when you try to tell, and we've all been there, when we try to teach somebody something so they can be better, and they don't listen to you, and then they actually what you tried to help them avoid happening actually happens, and then you might sometimes, not all the time, you might get somebody to say, "Hey, I should have listened to you." I mean, that's just what this is. Listen, you want a wife? It's great to have a wife. These are what the benefits are to have a wife. These are the things you need to look out for, and this is how you got to. This is what you need to do to vet if she's a good one or not. And you always gonna have the risk that it might blow up in your face. That's just part of the game. Teach these niggas how to pick a good one and move on, man.
And my thing is, if you want women to be better, they have to have a reason to strive to be better. If Tunnel Runner wife was somewhere and needed my help, and I say, okay, let me talk to your husband. Now Tunnel Runner get on the phone. Oh, okay. Well, what you want me to do? This makes that man feel far more comfortable. Why? Because a man just don't want any random man around his wife in the first place. If we gonna be real about this, he will feel entirely more comfortable with a man who has enough respect for him to call him, say what the situation is, and ask him, what do you want me to do? Now, I'm not saying we're disregarding wives, but at the end of the day, you his wife. We need to do what he wants done, not what you want done. Now, if that's gonna cause an argument later between y'all can have that argument. My thing is, I need to be in support of a black man and his wife. I don't care what she look like. So when the black man say, "Well, this what I want you to do. Is it not too much trouble? Can you do this for me?" Okay, cool. I got you, brother. Don't even sweat it. Okay. So now what happens to women's mind? Women now have lost something. Because everybody who hears about it understands she lost something. You ain't got to trick them. They know what time it is. Women pay very much attention to what other women can get and can't get. If you want them to be better, then be a better example of how you want things to go, and then nature will take over. I don't believe black women will go through 3, 4, 5 generations of watching every other woman get picked and us treating them lesser than because they're not married, and they just gonna sit there and not be wild. I don't think that's gonna happen. I think they're going to adjust so they can get picked too. That's my belief. And if it don't happen, we didn't need them anyway. I'm not looking for a woman to fight every day. Are you?
Also, fellas, if you one good way of getting a lead to a possible wife, if you have a friend or a family member who has a respectable wife, you can go to that respectable wife and ask her to refer somebody to you, to hook up. Now, if she's respectable, she's more than likely not going to want to hook you up with something that's going to do you, somebody that's going to do you dirty because it's going to make her look bad. And we all know how women are with that. They not trying to have another chick embarrass them publicly. Their husband and their husband's friend. So you got a decent chance if because not all of them do. If she has somebody that possibly fits the bill, that's a good way to go.
And matter of fact, you don't even have to go to her. You can make it easy on yourself and go through the man. Hey man, I see you got a
Well,
good
that's what I
one.
meant.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
that's what I
I know
meant.
you
Yeah.
did, but I want to illustrate this for purposes, because the husband can say stuff that wouldn't be quote unquote politically correct, or as people would take it some kind of way. See, if my man say, "Hey, you got a good wife, can she help me find one?" See, I can go to my wife and say, "Look, my homie over here, he looking for somebody worth getting married to. You know what I'm saying? Do you got some friends? Who's that?" And I can say to her, "Look, don't bring my homie no ugly broad. Don't bring my homie no fat broad." See, I can be as politically incorrect if I want to and tell
Very
her, "You
true.
better not show up with this, that, and that." He can't necessarily do that to be polite if he's involved in the conversation. But if it's just me and her, no, I can put all the stuff in there. Bring him somebody that's slim, you know what I'm saying? Somebody who look good, somebody young enough. Anything he wants in there, I can say it, and it's not going to come off as disrespectful because I'm telling her before she even picks the friend. And that's the best way to do it, real talk. You know what I'm saying? If you're going to go that way, that's how you do that. So she can leave out the people we know good and well my homie do not want. We don't even need to discuss those broads, real talk. But y'all, we've been running a good long time. Shout out to Afro Merch. I saw you looking for looking for a marathon. I am gonna do a marathon, y'all. I am gonna do a marathon. I'm just gonna make sure my schedule is completely clear for me to do a marathon, so I don't mess up no other money. But I'm gonna say shout out to my man Kevin 3905 because he did drop down with the $20 in the Cash App, and he said the for hot sauce icy hot tax, okay? And hot sauce, well, excuse me, Jungle Fever. You've been a real one today, brother. You kept the conversation live, and I do appreciate it. Real talk, I do appreciate it. But y'all, we gonna close the doors here, and we gonna open up the doors of the church, as they say, and we gonna get on in the Bible study. So it's been a great week. Does anybody want to make a final comment before I close this up? Does anybody want to make a final comment?
Yes,
would
I
love.
do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Go ahead. You go first.
Okay. Yeah, brothers, protect yourself at all times. Don't be caught slipping, and just enjoy life.
All right. A Jungle Fever.
A black guru. You got on the bus with me. And you turned to Benedict Arnold, brother, but that's okay. Man has to stand alone.
Are you driving the bus over Black Guru?
And
He reversed.
Israel, thank you, brother, for highlighting and supporting my thesis. But at the end of the day, you know what, man? These niggas are Luddites. So you gotta let them be.
I ain't heard that word. It's so long.
Is there anyone else who wants to make a closing statement?
Yeah. Let me get in there real quick. I can give one.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
All right. I just want to say to the young black man that's probably 15 going on the rest of his life, you don't need to eat blackfish all the time. You can get some red snapper. They got flounder out there. They got clownfish. There's all other kind of fish in the sea. So don't fuck your life up just looking for one fish. You can find any one you want. And if your money get right, you could go to the fish market and buy the shit. You know what I'm saying? So keep your head up and keep on doing your thing.
All right. Anybody else? All right. Then we're gonna close this thing out. It's been wonderful, y'all. I appreciate the type of content. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. This is the best show on social media, hands down. And if you want access to us, we do this Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. Chicago time. 9 a.m. Chicago time. Y'all have a good weekend. Long live the Habitual Line Steppers. I'm Roger. I'm right. And I'm out.